Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for the 3rd of July. Please join with me in standing for the opening karakia. Whakatā, uru, whakatā, tonga, yuta, tai, yehi, ana, iho, ihuka, ihahu, tihai, mariora. Now, just before we get going, I just want to acknowledge the passing of a few very important people who have been involved with council for a long time. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the passing of Oscar Alpers last week. Oscar was a former chairman of the old Heathcote County Council way back from 1986 to 89, and a councillor before that. And I do remember a long time ago, when I was just young and driving a bulldozer at the Heathcote County dump, he used to come down and Chen, who still works here at council, I won't say we used to sit in the caravan and play cards because that'd be wrong, but I knew Oscar from way back then. Lovely bloke. After amalgamation in 89, Mr Alpers served as a Christchurch City Councillor from 89 to 2004. He was a member of the Spraden Heathcote Community Board during that time, and for a further 6 years after he finished as a councillor. He served on many different organisations in the community throughout his life, and he was chair of the Port Hills Trust at his time of his passing. Oscar really dedicated himself to the service of Christchurch and community, and especially South Christchurch, throughout his life. On behalf of the council, I'd like to offer our condolences to Oscar's family and friends and acknowledge the decades of service he gave to Christchurch. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of Kay Holder, the manager of our regional parks team at council. Kay started at the Christchurch City Council 27 years ago after a significant period at the Arthur's Pass National Park. She started as the coordinator of our Coast Care program, a community-based project established to restore degraded coastal habitats. Her leadership and management capabilities were duly recognised by promotions. Some of her outstanding achievements include securing Ministry of Education funding to start our LEOTC program with rangers and teachers to provide environmental education to schools. She won lottery funding. When I first read this, I thought it said she won the lottery, but she didn't. She won lottery funding for the original Travis Wetland Park facilities development. And that anyone gets time to go down there, it is absolutely outstanding. And more recently, secured central government funding for the 10 jobs for maintenance, jobs for nature positions that delivered outstanding biodiversity outcomes across regional parks around Christchurch and across Banks Peninsula. Kay was highly respected as a leader. Her style was to quietly steer rather than noisily drive. She was a passionate horse rider and a general outdoors woman. She was immensely proud of her ranger team and was renowned for working away in the background to make things happen, always giving credit to others rather than seeking the limelight. She encouraged rangers to step out into the public as leaders and community facilitators. She supported multiple Ranger staff over the years to attend IRF Ranger Congress in Puerto Rico, USA, and most recently in Nepal. Kay will be deeply missed by the Regional Parks team, the Parks unit and wider Parks community, as well as everyone who has worked with her over the years of dedication at the Council and Department of Conservation. On behalf of the Council, I would like to offer our condolences to Kay's family and friends and acknowledge the years of service she gave to our city. Can I ask all stand and join me in a moment's silence in memory of Oscar and Kay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I have apologies. I have an apology from Councillor Goff for partial absence. who will be joining us on Zoom this morning, along with Councillor Scandrett and Deputy Mayor Cotter. Can I have a mover and seconder, Councillor Peters and myself? We have no declarations of interest today, but would like to inform the meeting that, consistent with Standing Order 6.8, item 13, elected member allowances and expenses policy, and item 14, elected member professional development, have been withdrawn. So we'll now move on to public forum. First up, I'd like to welcome Red, Jared and Daniel, who are here on behalf of Youth and Cultural Development to update us on their youth safety program and bus exchange launch. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Far away, it's not as scary as you think.
Kia ora, I'm Jared from Youth Culture and Development, aka YCD, leading the Fresh Outreach Project.
Kia ora, I'm Red, team leader for the Fresh Outreach Project and youth coordinator, events coordinator for YCD.
Kia ora, Daniel Mataki Jr., youth worker from YCD and also DJ as part of our Fresh events.
Thank you for allowing us to do this presentation this morning. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge and express our gratitude to the Christchurch City Council for their continued support, which has made our new initiative, the Fresh Outreach Project, possible, a collaboration between Christchurch City Council and YCD. For the past 3 decades, YCD has made a profound impact on countless young lives, inspiring transformation and success stories that fuel our commitment to this mahi. YCD offers a comprehensive array of services tailored to meet the diverse needs of our taiohi, including mentoring programs, educational workshops, recreational activities, and events. A key element of our success has been our strong collaboration with the Christchurch City Council. This partnership has enabled us to expand our reach and resources, ensuring that more taiohi can benefit from our programs. Earlier this year, YCD were fortunate enough to receive Better Off funding from Christchurch City Council, which has allowed us to deliver this new initiative for the next 3 years. A big part of the Fresh Outreach Project is a new youth hub at the Christchurch Bus Exchange called the Igloo. The Igloo is an accessible space that the council has provided for taiohi who may feel anxious or fearful of using the bus exchange. It is an inclusive space where taiohi can connect with youth workers who can offer support and guidance around their needs. Taiohi can also participate in activities such as board games, cards, arts and crafts, competitions, as well as having access to barbers, braiders, health professionals and education providers. Since opening, there have been a few incidents which have occurred outside the bus exchange, leading to taiohi coming to the Igloo as a safe haven. Some taiohi who have been victims of assault have been encouraged to seek support from our youth workers who administered first aid and reassured the young person's safety by escorting them to their bus. As the Igloo is an inclusive space for all taiohi, we have had some of the identified troublemakers also utilise this space, leading to youth workers who challenge them and hold them accountable for their behaviour and actions. Relationship building is a big part of our mahi, which leads to the demographic of young people showing their true essence or nature when inside the Igloo, not the macho demeanour they tend to display outside the Igloo. The Igloo has enabled a young person who suffers from anxiety and low self-esteem a space to DJ on the regular, something he is passionate about, but also providing the young people with good music to listen to when they stop in. Feedback from the young person is improved confidence levels, which is helping him with his journey on overcoming his anxiety. We've received feedback from another young person whose mother has noticed a remarkable improvement in her behaviour, attitude and overall well-being since the launch of our initiative. Grateful for the positive impact, the young person approached us to inquire how she could express her gratitude. She attributed her transformation to having access to the safe space and the support of our youth workers, who have provided a listening ear for her problems and helped brainstorm solutions. Recently, we have connected with Unlimited Aotawhiti School, where the principal invited us to speak to young people who were fearful of using the bus exchange. This has now led to a majority of the students using the bus exchange and are regulars at the Igloo. We have also received positive feedback via surveys from Taiohi and face-to-face interactions with school principals, teachers, and parents who endorsed this initiative. It has been good to see a diverse range of young people coming in on the regular who travel as far as Pegasus, Lincoln, Darfield, and Rolleston, who have expressed a need for a space like the Igloo where they can come and not worry about being judged or bullied whilst they wait for their bus. The other part of the Fresh Outreach project is doing outreach at identified hotspots around Christchurch. This includes community and youth engagement, pop-up activations, having a presence where we can mitigate antisocial behaviours and empower Taiohi to make positive choices. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That is absolutely outstanding. There's no time for question, but I must say for the update, and it's very, very, very interesting. And you've gone to the place where you saw a problem, you've done it, and you're helping sort it out. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that are very thankful for what you do to give them a safe place to not hide, but come and congregate. So thank you so much for what you've done. That's absolutely outstanding. Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Well done. Well done. Okay, next we'll hear from Robina Dobby, who will speak about the Alpine Fault and sea level rise.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, oops. How do you go back? Don't worry, we won't log you. Is that okay?
Okay. Right, I'm running out of time already. I'm here to talk about sea level rise versus the Alpine Fault. And my background is in geology, meteorology, and climate, funnily enough. And I'd just like to race through here for you for a start off. The Alpine Fault has a remarkably regular history of rupturing, which is quite unusual. And it also, the magnitude of an earthquake is related to the length of the fault on which it occurs, and the Alpine Fault is a long one. It will be, when it strikes, one of New Zealand's biggest earthquakes. It'll be the biggest one that any of us have felt. There's a 75% chance that it will rupture before 2070. And the Pacific plate is rising up over the Australian plate on the southern end. So that's basically from Kaikoura south, right down the south coast. It'll be the Pacific plate's going over the top of the Australian one. The longer it goes, in 2007 they were saying that it would rupture in the next 1 to 20 years, which is pretty soon. The longer it goes without rupture, the bigger it will be and the worse its consequences. The Alpine Fault is going to be more damaging for the plains than some areas closer to the fault. And the reason for that is because the land is susceptible. As you can see on the map there, the most vulnerable, susceptible land is where the city has actually been built. If you look at the simulation here, you can see that Christchurch is going to get impacted quite dramatically. There will also be impact on electricity and infrastructure, and I dispute some of what's come out about that, but I haven't got time to talk about it today. Facts versus modelling. Next one. Keep going. Yeah, the red line there shows modelling, and the blue and the green down the bottom behind Tim is the actuals. I'll refer to one comment here. All models are wrong, but some are useful, and that's by a New Zealand scientist. And when I heard him speaking about it, he actually said that it sounded as though it was a familiar comment from other scientists as well. Anyway, the next slide is sea level rise. This is Port Lyttelton, and this is the last 100 years. This is the rise that they've had, and it's a 0.3048 rise. The next slide shows Stats New Zealand, and they were showing a 0.224 metre rise over 100 years. The next slide's NIWA, where there was a 0.5 predicted rise by 2095. And this slide is Reserve Bank of New Zealand's predictions with the 2093 a 0.5 metre rise. The worst case scenario is 0.5 by 2072, although you will note down the bottom there it says low confidence, so they don't think that that's really that likely. When the Alpine Fault slips, the eastern side of it will move upwards. They're expecting a 3 metre rise upwards. And you can see this is looking from Blenheim towards Kaikoura. That was where the fault line went through, and you can see the land came up on the southern side. So that's in line with what I'm talking about here. So the next slide, where to focus. We've got the Alpine Fault, remarkably regular rupturing, and you can see how regular it is up on that slide on the left there. 75% probability that it will happen by 2070, a 3 metre land uplift, 82%, an 8+ fault, so the biggest fault we've ever had that we can recall. Sea level rise, it's modelling, it's done by the IPCC, which is a non-accountable organisation internationally. It's a prediction, it's 0.5 metre by 2093, and low confidence that that will be achieved by 2070. Insignificant impact, this is the civil defence figures, insignificant and minor, as opposed to the Alpine Fault where it's moderate to catastrophic. Deaths may happen with the Alpine Fault, and it's highly likely they will if people aren't prepared. Gumboots are likely for sea level rise. Next one. So you're paying experts, and I just want to point out to you the experts that you're paying for. This is IPCC adjusted data, so the data is adjusted internationally. It's then given to Tonkin and Taylor, who New Zealandise it, as I'd like to say, and then it's reviewed by Jacobs. Jacobs is part of the World Economic Forum. They're one of the partners. 2013 to 2023, the Christchurch City Council paid out $28.575 million to Jacobs. It's a US company. The profits are going back to the US. We checked on that. They said yes. This is an example, or maybe it's an example, of the redistribution of wealth that I spoke about when I mentioned Ottmar Edenhofer in a previous talk. What I'm saying to you is we need to be ready. For most people, the true risk won't be the earthquake itself. The true risk is not being ready for the earthquake's aftermath. As we take steps to prepare, fear will dissipate with people and they will have a determination to survive. And you can say, oh, that people might not get killed, but it's the aftermath that we've got to be concerned about. We will have a lack of power. The Christchurch earthquake, we were 1 day away from running out of food. If people aren't prepared for this, there will be deaths. And I just want to warn you that I think there's a lot more necessity for putting money towards the Alpine Fault than what there is on sea level rise. And I've got data to support all of what I've said and a lot more, if somebody wants to take the time to actually listen to what I have to say. Thank you. Thank you for your time, everybody, and I know you put a lot of work into things,
Yeah,
and I do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for the effort you put into coming here today. Thank you very much. No, I haven't got time for questions.
Can we just ask staff to provide a memo with what we're doing or get some advice around our preparedness? Because, I mean, if we shared...
We sent an email out last night, so about the workshop.
Right, cool. And will that be open to the public?
Yeah, the last one we did wasn't public, and it would be quite good to...
Okay, yep.
Okay.
Right. We have no deputations and no petitions today, so we'll move on to confirmation of the previous minutes. I'm going to do them all in a block, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Can I get a mover and second to receive the audit and risk? Councillor Coker, and I'll second it. For health and safety, wellbeing minutes, open council minutes. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. That is carried. we'll now hear from community boards. And first up is Callum from Spraden Cashmere Heathcote, who is very keen to talk to us. Thank you.
Well, I think we had a bit of a shuffle around with the agenda, so sorry about that. Thanks for accommodating me coming up early. Just really, really keen to talk to you all. Great. Okay.
Here's a surprise. Far away.
Oh, sorry. Don't know what's happened there. Can I get that on presenter view? Is that all right? Cool. Okay. All right. I'll get started. Apologies from my deputy chair who's unable to make today. So you're just going to talk through the decisions that have come to our board over the last few months. So we've approved a number of DRFs from the following groups. Avon Sequence Dancers, Kiraroo Sports and Cultural Club, Cashmere Bowling Club, John Marsh Heathcote Valley Food Forest and Birdsea Reserve, the Henson Park Play Space, which is an exciting project, and Heathcote Community Garden. How do I? There we go. We've had a number of groups come to us to speak about their natural environment. We've had the Simeon Park Community Group come to give us an update about the work they're doing at Simeon Park. So that's I think a shining example of a group that's taken ownership and not ownership, but taking responsibility for a public space and driving greening and planting and weeding of that space. They have participated in the Wildflower Project, so it's really transformed a small local park into an exciting place. They're looking for a tap to be installed to help them water the trees that are growing there. We're hopeful that that's an outcome that we can easily achieve. We've also had groups come to speak to us about the Coastal Access Group, and we're expecting some information back from staff about some sort of technical legal issues there, which the board's looking for some more information about. Cool. Better Off funding. We've given Better Off funding to a number of groups. I don't have my list in front of me, sorry. But the one of the groups we've given funding to is the Otakaro Heathcote. No, that's wrong. Ōpawaho Heathcote River Network. So the Ōpawaho Heathcote River Network has a project for pest control for plant pests in the river, and we've given a huge amount of money to them to support with that project, which should go a long way. We've also given money to a basketball court to be built in Cornelius O'Connor Reserve next to Manukau Cottage. So that was a project that we're really, really proud to fund. It started out with a group of kids from a independent youth group that's based out of Manukau Cottage coming to the community board to ask for a hoop. So it was a really, truly grassroots project. We've really appreciated the support we've had from Parks around delivering that outcome. I understand the timeline for building that hoop is it's going to be really very soon. We're expecting it to be built this year. So that youth group as well did an awesome job of consulting with the local community, and it was really an exemplar of how community development should be done. Really proud to fund the Cornelius O'Connor basketball hoop. And I guess most significantly for our board in the last month, we talked to you in our last update to the council about the meeting to approve this decision, but in the meantime the actual change has taken place, the renaming of Maryland's Park and Maryland's Place to Validation Park and Validation Place. So this was a really special ceremony. Unfortunately, I have to give you the information secondhand because I was unable to attend due to illness. But it was, I understand, a really, really special time for the group of survivors and the council staff and the Royal Commission staff and the community board as well. Everyone who had kind of been part of that journey alongside the survivors to redress a small part of the historic injustice of what happened at Maryland's. So the new name is Validation, and Validation reflects the experience that the survivors have had going through the Royal Commission of Inquiry process, an experience of being heard by people in authority throughout their lives. A lot of these fellows really didn't experience being believed or trusted or taken seriously by people in authority. And so the Royal Commission and then their subsequent experience with council staff and the community board has, they've said, has been a very validating experience. So that's why they chose the name Validation, and we think it's a fantastic addition to the history of the place. It tells a really positive story. And yeah, so by all accounts, it was a wonderful event. So yeah, that's all the updates I have today. Any questions?
Thank you very much. No, spot on time. And I must say, I was at the, along with a couple of other councillors at the validation part, absolutely stunning. And you hit the nail right on the head with how those people got affected, and you feel so much for them. And I'm so glad that the council have managed to achieve what we've done. So, changing road names is not easy in anyone's language, but it's all been done and it's very well thought of. So thank you very much for pushing that.
Thanks.
Good. Okey-doke, so we've got Marie Ann Bailey. Just Marie Ann Bailey. Yes, please. Thank you.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Good morning, everyone. I have with me Bailey, our acting governance manager, this morning. So thank you for this opportunity to present the monthly report of the Waipuna Halswell Hornby Rickerton Community Board. Decisions made under delegation. If we can go to the next slide. Yep. So the board approved 12 planting plans within the board area, which I believe equates to a total of about 520 trees. We also had the board approve the Epsom Road, Middle Park Road intersection for proposed no stopping restrictions. And then we also approved the building of a new maintenance depot and staff facility at the council-owned property located at 141 Wigram Road. This will be subject to obtaining a resource consent, of course. The Youth Development Fund transfer and discretionary response fund applications were granted to the Citizens Advice Bureau towards the CAB West Hornby Secure Access Project and to the Emmanuel Christian School towards necessary team equipment for its combined school netball team. Now, a progress report was also given by staff on the community board plan priorities. We are on track with all our board plan priorities. The next update we're expecting to be on December 2024. Community Service and Youth Service Awards 2024. The board confers community service awards on and presents certificates of appreciation to the a number of individuals. So for the Youth Service Awards, we have 6 individuals. For the Community Service Awards, 10, and certificates of appreciation 2. Now this year we are having a trial for the awards to be presented at the recipient's place of service, volunteering to recognize their service in the space where they work and in front of fellow volunteers, families, and colleagues with community members, hopefully in attendance. So we also had the Badminton Canterbury Incorporated towards 7 students participating at the New Zealand Junior Team Badminton Championships 2024 in Palmerston North, the off-the-ground fund allocation for Peter Simmons towards the We Heart Harrington Park mulching and barbecue social event. Now, there were a few youth initiatives last month. The first image there is the Huratini Student Council with representatives from 4 schools, namely Wigram Primary, Halswell, Aidenfield, and Oaklands. They met and decided to prioritize food security for its focus in 2024. The second image there is Gear Up Ototahi, is formerly known as Give Gear, Get Great. Now this community-led initiative was relaunched last May. So if you have any used or outgrown sports gear in good condition, please think about donating it to them so it can be recycled back into the community. The third image there, YCD actually presented at the public forum earlier regarding their youth safety project. And for the first time, the Youth and Cultural Development hosted a fresh pool party event in Hornby at the Matatiki Center. Held as the finale of their series of Youth Week events, the free event provided kai, drinks, live music, free haircuts, and braids, spot prizes, and more. Our hardworking staff is working with the YCD to enable more events at Matatiki for Rangatahi, or the young people aged 15 to 24. The We Heart Arrington Park mulching and barbecue social event. So you can see there was a successful event held last May 25th with the community working together to add mulch to the pathway area near the Pico Crescent entrance to Harrington Park. Sausage sizzle was also provided for attendees to enjoy. Information session at Ngapunawai Sports Hub that was held last May 21st to present the Access Review Management Plan. It was very well attended, and the review, which has been completed, provided a snapshot in time of access management in and around the venue. And so that's all from us. Thank you.
Absolutely perfect timing. Well done, thank you.
Right.
Thank you for coming in. Okie doke. So, Paul, is Jackie here? I didn't see her. Just Paul. Okay. Coastal Burwood, Linwood, Comboard.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor
Morning,
and
mate.
councillors. Just as usual, go through some highlights from our board area. We had the Linwood Avenue Community Corner Trust ran a family kai nights, which I think Councillor Johansson and Joe Zervos, community board member, have attended. The trust is hosting a monthly family kai night on the fourth Tuesday of every month. Night is run as a restaurant type experience, providing opportunities for families who would usually not be able to afford to eat out, with space for 40 to 50 to attend. Their first two sessions saw close to 40 people attend, despite being fully booked in advance. YCD, the fantastic YCD, ran a number of events across their Festival of Diversity, which aligns with New Zealand Youth Week, despite poor weather across the week, cancelling many outdoor events planned. Their pool party at Te Pou Toitoi and MoveX Bromley events proved again to be extremely popular with Rangatahi and Tamariki. And we also had the Edible and Sustainable Garden Awards, which the board held. We had a small ceremony at the boardroom, and we gave out 5 awards, and 4 of them also received special awards. And I somehow managed to be sick for that again. So Jackie Simons did a great job of running that. Finally, I just wanted to take opportunity to mention 3 things. Firstly, Portlink is still there. It's still keeping people awake. It's still waking people up. When developers do this kind of antisocial thing, the council should make a stink and should call them out. It's making a profit on the backs of our people and our environment. We also have to make sure that we put in place rules to stop this happening to other communities, or to this community again, and amend our district plan regarding the industrial residential interface. I know that work has started on that, but I would like it to be expedited. Secondly, tsunami evacuation. We still do not have an operative completed tsunami evacuation plan for the city, and the council needs to put in place resources, which means people, to support our community to develop their own plans. The city also needs a tsunami response plan. We can't stop a tsunami, but we can be ready, and we can have a plan for what happens afterwards. As a city, we know too well the cost of not having a plan for what happens after a disaster hits. Let's not sit on our hands. Finally, the coastal hazards adaptation planning process is well overdue, in my view, to start with our communities. We have thousands of people living from South Shore all the way up to Spencerville along the coast, and we need to start planning with them for the future. the council, I would appreciate the council when it comes to making a decision on what is next, and hopefully that is soon, that you start with one of our communities and that we can build trust in that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Yanni, we've got time for one question. Fire away, mate.
Oh, yeah, thanks. And just to clarify, Joe Zervis, myself and Celeste went to the shared kai in common thing at Te Poi Toitoi, which is different to the ones that Paul's referenced, but equally we're a successful board-supported event as well with the Ukrainian food night and the Nepalese food night. Just wanted to check if you're aware of the scrap metal yards being non-compliant with their consents and having to seek resource consents for a number of issues related to their
I'm aware of that. The one application in particular, yes.
Yeah. So would you support council also making some quicker progress on the district plan rules around things like scrap metal yards as well?
Oh, absolutely. Anything on the industrial residential fringe is obviously of interest to, particularly to us and to, I think, Hornby as well.
And can you talk through what the benefit would be to council getting a plan change in place prior to these industrial users seeking new resource consents?
Well, if they're new resource consents for that and they don't have existing use rights, then it would mean that they couldn't start new activities effectively. So if they need resource consents, if there's a plan in place, plan change in place that stops them from doing it, they can't do it.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, we've had these reports for about 2 years now.
We'll pass a resolution right now.
Well, to get like how do we get progress on this? Because the frustration is that while we haven't done anything as a city, these developers and these landowners continuously applying for new consents without us putting any rules to get greater protection in place.
Mary's making note of it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Lynn and Penella. No. Yes. Banks Peninsula Community Board. Tyrone's favourite.
Thank you, Mayor. Kia ora koutou. Morning, everyone. I'm excited to share some updates from Banks Peninsula Te Pātaka o Rākai Hautu. First up, we accepted the Littleton Reserve Committee's Urumao Triennial Plan, which outlines their awesome aspirations for the reserve in the future. We also made a change to the Akaroa Recreation Ground Reserve classification to local purpose, just to tidy up the classification there. We then dished out some discretionary response funding to some amazing projects. The Akaroa Volunteer Fire Brigade got $5,000 for a thermal imaging drone, which we're all very keen to see how it works, but not in real time, just as a display. An invaluable asset in search and rescue. The Stoddard Cottage Trust received funding for a dehumidifier and gallery hanging system for their gallery and exhibition space. And the Te Mata Hapuku Birdlings Flat Community Centre got support to establish a community emergency response hub, which is very fitting considering what we're talking about today. Some amazing work happening with these groups to preserve and protect what is important in their communities. So it's great to see their work. We also approved a change of purpose for some Better Off funds. So the Akaroa Area School and Community Pool can now use the $10,000 for a solar pool cover instead of solar panels. We also heard some great public forums too. Project Littleton updated us on their Community Emergency Response Hub. Sustainability by Design shared their vision for locally designed and made recycling bins in Littleton, and Littleton Community Reserve Conservation Award team talked about the special botanical features of Whakaraupo Reserve. The Governor's Bay Community Association highlighted the need for better communication about roadworks and closures in Banks Peninsula. They especially highlighted the need for an extra layer of communication to the community when notifying of roadworks and road closures in Banks Peninsula due to the limited and lengthy detour routes available. I think this is especially important because it could be a 50-minute detour, which is quite a detour. We also received a letter from the Akaroa Bays Forum about their major concerns for the Akaroa wastewater project. And as an example of the phrase teamwork makes the dream work is the completion of phase 1 of the Little River Shared Pathway. The board supported a community initiative for a shared use pathway between Little River and Cooptown, which has now been completed by NZTA Waka Kotahi. Waka Kotahi are now finding funding for stage 2 of the project, which will go from Church Road to Western Valley Road, basically from the main road to the school, which is fantastic for improved safety and enjoyment of this path. It's much appreciated by the community. So looking forward to using that much. And finally, our Banks Peninsula facilities audit. As a board, we recognise that community connection is a pillar of well-being and reduces feelings of isolation. Therefore, having somewhere to get together is especially important to these remote communities. We recently received the results of an audit that the board commissioned of our community facilities. This is important and will help us to identify how best to support, protect, and in many cases fix these precious gathering places for our communities now and into the future. That's all for now. Any questions?
Councillor Keown, please.
The drone, that's fire brigade.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, and if it's thermal imaging, it can find people?
That's my understanding.
As well as obviously heat in the ground.
Yeah.
And does it work offshore? And if so, what's its range?
I don't know the range. We'd have to wait to see and find out. But yeah, really excited to see how that actually goes. So we could potentially.
Because if someone's tipped out of a boat and sitting in the water, it'd be great if it can find them.
People.
Yeah.
Totally agree. Yep, there'll be a question we'll ask.
Yeah, if you and let us know next month.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, 40 seconds.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Just on the conversation, like you talked about a lot of the work that the different communities are doing about, building community resilience. And then you mentioned the concerns around that Governor's Bay in particular had raised around, roadworks and coordinating there.
Mm-hmm.
So there's it seems that there's kind of an intersect between, because where there's one road in, one road out for a lot of these communities, there's kind of an intersect between kind of evacuation potential and roadworks. Is that I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but
no, it's an interesting thing to think about. I think that there's some crossover there.
Yeah. So is that an active conversation, do you think, or probably one that could be had?
Yes, we definitely could have that conversation because I think it's
not putting you on the spot, Lynn. Don't worry. I'm just
I agree. That's a good thing to be thinking about. If it's difficult to get out during roadworks, what's it going to be like during a natural disaster? So I see there's definitely crossover there. Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Great.
Good to see you again.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so we've got Jason hiding up the back there, please. Oh yeah, cool. Oh yeah. Bridget. Fendleton, Waimari, Harewood combo. And if you're not going to say it, I'm going to say it. So I think it's excellent that you've used the initiative and used some of your funding money to put towards Runner Park so they can get their business case done. $50,000, I believe. So
that's correct.
Thank you very much for that. It's good to get that underway. So thank you.
All right. So to kick off, decisions made under delegations this month. Some new lane name changes. Native planting plan along the Island Stream and Avonhead Park, some no stropping restrictions, relocation of some bus stops and better off fund applications. Again, so the Wildlife Veterinary Trust, St Mark's Presbyterian Church, some funding for a community barbecue at Bishopdale Park, Burnside West, Christchurch University Cricket Club, some picnic tables at Belfast Community Pool, and obviously, as mentioned, the Arana Park Operations Review. Also, we had 2 applications to the Board's Discretionary Response Fund, some YDF funding that was approved as well, and some public forums. So we had Louise and Kevin Phillips and a full gallery of about 30 people from Brindwell Road, some of the residents from there, come and spoke to the Board regarding the condition of the street. Charlotte Gavin from the Belfast Residents Association came and talked to us about the re-establishment of that and some of the work they're doing there around some anti-social behaviour, which has been really positive, and a deputation from Judith Watson's regarding the Crofton Road lane name change.
So just speaking about Brynner Road, our boardroom at Fendleton was absolutely packed with our last board meeting of over 30 passionate residents from Brynner Road attended to express their concerns and deep frustrations over the condition of their street. So they presented at the board with a petition signed by 96 residents of Brynner Road requesting urgent action to be undertaken to address the dangerous condition of the road, which you can clearly see in those photos above. So the board formally received the petition and have forwarded this on to council staff, and we just want to reiterate the boardroom was completely packed and these residents are really frustrated. So the deep dish gutters and state of the footpaths are causing health and safety issues for residents. The steepness of the gutters makes it difficult to get out of the car and creates accessibility issues for people, which you can clearly see in one of those photos, with wheelchairs and those that have mobility issues, of course. It also results in residents and their visitors having to park far away from the curb, and this creates a road hazard as cars are unable to pass each other due to parked cars on either side. The road was last fully upgraded in 1974 and has been previously due for upgrading but was pushed back following the earthquakes. So residents say they have been communicating with council staff since 2002 but have had no success. So our board and residents see the need for a full street and curb and channel upgrade as soon as possible. Oh, is this me? Okay. And Juniper Reserve Community Engagement. So as part of the community engagement for the tree planting plan at Juniper Reserve and Burnside, Council Arborist Toby Chapman and Engagement Advisor Sam Smith and Community Development Advisor Karen Bogue attended a site visit with pupils from Roydale School. The school is adjacent to Juniper Reserve and the students are keen to work alongside the council to make the reserve a more welcoming place. The student reports from the school have written an article about the project, which can be found on our board's webpage, and the students have also recently interviewed Toby about the project, so a pretty happy story to share.
If you have some spare time on the 20th of July, please pop down to the Inglefield Reserve in Northwood for a community planting day from 10 to 1. As part of the Summer in the Sticks program, the Inglefield Reserve community have been selected to receive free trees to plant in their backyards. This will be dropped on the doorsteps on the 15th of July 2024. If residents don't want to plant their trees in their backyard, they're invited to take it to the reserve and plant them at the planting day. The Sticks Living Laboratory Trust are coordinating the planting day and are looking to infill 2 areas that already have plants, one near the Flying Fox and the other section nearer to the open green space. This is a great initiative being delivered by the Sticks Living Laboratory Trust in partnership with Trees for Canterbury. Next up is the Youth Achievement event. A couple of weeks ago, our board hosted a function to celebrate the achievements of young people who receive funding through our board's 23-24 YDF fund. All of our recipients were invited to the event along with their parents and caregivers, and some attended with their coaches and teachers. 12 young people gave a PowerPoint presentation on the event or activity they were provided funding for. These range from attendance at a Scout Jamboree, Spirit of Adventure Voyage, Irish dancing competition in Glasgow, and a ballet dancing competition in New York. They all spoke wonderfully, and it highlighted the amazing talents of our local young people. It was great that Mayor Phil Major was able to attend and speak to the young people and their families as well, acknowledging their achievements.
Wonderful. Everyone is bang on time today. So that, and it was at the Rusty Golf Club. It was a fantastic night, and good to see so many young people with spark in their eyes and and shooting for the stars. So it was wonderful. Thank you. Okie doke. So now, certainly not last but not least, is Emma, and is...
No, apologies from Simon today, he couldn't make it.
You're not Simon.
So I've got Emma with me. Kia ora koutou, thank you for the opportunity to come along and present today. We have a video to show you as part of our presentation, so I'm going to keep the rest of it very brief. I'll hopefully get something up on the screen. We held our June meeting at the Multicultural Recreation and Community Centre, where we received the reports that you will see there. I'll touch on the Shirley Community Reserve decision in a minute, and you will have our request for an alcohol ban in Edgware Village come before you sometime soon. We approved a number of DRF applications from across the board area, as well as a couple of Youth Development Fund applications. We had a good turnout for our public forum, but there's one in particular I'd just like to bring to your attention. We had the owners of the florist at the Maraho end of Innes Road come to highlight the hugely negative impacts the roadworks along Innes Road are having on theirs and the neighbouring businesses. Since they came to us, staff and contractors have undertaken to add more signage, get some fences moved as soon as possible, and reinstate some closer parking. However, our board would like to see these things done as a matter of course for businesses in this situation, not just as a reaction to a request through our community board. It was great at our last meeting to give the residents of Shirley some certainty over the future of the Shirley Community Reserve. I'm sure a number of you know the history behind this site, with the original centre being demolished in 2012. And it is a priority in our community board plan to determine and realise the community's vision for the reserve. We're now one step closer to this with our decision to initiate the process to design an on-budget building on the reserve, enabling its mixed indoor and outdoor use. The Neighbourhood Trust held their 25th AGM in May, which a number of us attended. It was great to hear about the continued success of the Trust and the way they are adapting and continuing to meet the needs of the local community. And next up we have a couple of pictures from some plantings at Beverley Park with Step Ahead Trust, and some of the continued great work our parks team are doing with the Phillipstown Hub and Salisbury Street Foundation at Essex Reserve. And then finally, check out this video highlighting the amazing mahi of the Shirley Village project.
If I could say anything to the people in the Shirley, it would be, you're awesome. You are a shining example of what can be achieved when residents come together around a shared vision and really believe that they can make change happen. It's because residents have decided they want to make something happen in their community and make it a better place for them and their whānau for the future. The Shirley Village project is a place-based, prevention-focused, community-led development project, and we do that in collaboration with a lot of other organisations and in a treaty-based way. It's what's important to residents in the community. So we started by doing a community survey and asking residents, what is important to you? What would you like to have happening in Shirley to make it an awesome place for you and your family to thrive? We talk about a lot of big social issues. It can be family violence, it can be crime, it can be kids not going to school. We look at it and say that that's that family's problem, that's that organisation's problem, that's that agency's problem, that's that school's problem. It is a community problem. And yes, our schools and agencies and families have to do their part, but we as a community as a whole need to realise that we're part of this as well, and we need to step up and do our part to support them and to support making that change happen. I think the key to going forward in the future is that willingness to keep the relationships going, the willingness to actually get down and get our hands dirty and actually just do the practical stuff that needs to be done. We need to do this together. Shirley community as a whole should be standing very proud of what is happening in this community. It is unique. It is unique in Christchurch. It is unique across this country. This is the only community in Christchurch that is part of the Department of Internal Affairs Community Development Partnership Program, one of only 20 in the country. That's pretty amazing to be recognised for what is being achieved and the approaches that are being done here. Just the amount that we are seeing residents stepping forward and owning their space in this community and what they can do to make it an awesome place.
Thank you.
That's a wonderful video, and it brought it to your presentation to an end. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Okay, thank you to all our community boards. I will now ask for a mover, who is me. and Councillor Fields, who is the seconder, to receive the monthly reports. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you. Carried. Right, we are... quarter to 11? Yeah. Quarter to 11? We'll have a cup of tea. Okay? Yeah. All right. You already got one, so it won't matter. Quarter to 11. we're now up to item number 11, the land transport rule, setting of speed limits, consultation and draft council submission. So we've got everybody up the front, so good to see you. Cast of thousands. Yep. Far away, the floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou, it's the A-team. So we're talking today about the draft setting of speed limits rule that has been put out for consultation by the government, and the submission that is with you, the draft submission that is with you today. I just wanted to give you a really quick background, and then we'll just open up for questions. We'll take it as read. So we've the draft rule landed with us on the 13th of June. So we've had a very short turnaround time, and staff have had very short time to draft this. And I would actually like to acknowledge Jane beside me and the work that she's put into getting this with you today, to meet all the deadlines for agendas and meetings for ELT and yourselves. It's been very quick. But anyway, we have got a little bit of time after this meeting before it needs to be submitted. Hence, we've got an OR resolution up there for resolution 3 and 4. So we've still got time to make some tweaks if that's what we choose today. And we are very open to feedback and discussion today about, tone of voice changes or change of emphasis that you think might need to happen in the submission, and then we can make that before we send it off. So just to highlight the main changes that are proposed in the rule, and the draft rule, it really focuses on an increase in speed limits on most roads. The reversal of some changes that have been made. It does note some changes that have been made since the 1st of January 2020. Focus on benefits realisation and consultation, so BCRs and consultation. There is also a ministerial speed objective noted, which is new, noted in the rule, and that can signal the pace, scale and focus of change moving forward. It does talk a lot about variable speed limits outside schools, and many of the changes that are proposed are quite prescriptive in their requirements, and that may in the future limit our ability to work with the communities to find solutions. So our main points in the submission, following a feedback session with ELT and then a feedback session with some councillors that could make it, look, there's parts of it that we do support, particularly around consultation and the BCRs, but we are looking and requesting more flexibility to actually try and assess some of those on an area-wide basis in some cases. And the ability to work with the communities to try and find solutions that work with them. The unwinding of changes that have been made is a challenge, especially when those changes have been well supported by the community. So we're not sure how that will play out, but we know that will have to happen. So the changes that have been made since 2020. There is a cost implication, and it was asked of me, why was that not allowed for in the LTP? Actually, we don't know what that cost implication will be until the rule is set, and we can then figure out what the changes would be that we would be required to do. So once the rule is finalised, we would then have to look at it and understand what the changes would be and what the implication on our budgets were. Also, given the timelines, actually the LTP agendas were set at that stage, and we didn't know. We just don't know the quantum of what that is for the costs. And the other point that we've made in the submission is about the prescriptiveness of some of the things. So, for example, the hours of operation for variable speed limits, the road classes, and some of the fixed speed limits. We're asking, could there be a bit more flexibility with that to allow us to work with the communities? So that covers it. I've covered most of the points, so I will hand over to you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Got a couple of questions. Councillor Moore, please.
Thank you. I'm still a bit lost on what looks likely will have to go back up. So for example, even areas that have, because there's the word blanket, but I'm still not clear on what blanket may or may not mean. Like Wigham Skies, for example, went from 50 to 40. Is that something that's likely to have to go back to 50?
Potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at this stage unclear.
It is still slightly unclear from the rule as to exactly what.
Yep.
But there is a focus in the proposed rule, correct me if I'm wrong, around the 30 kilometre wide, area wides.
Yeah. So more likely that those would have to go up than
Yes.
Okay. So presumably hundreds of 50 signs have been removed over the last few years. Are they all in a warehouse somewhere, or are they gone?
They would have been reused.
Gone and reused.
They would have been reused. They would have been reskinned.
Reskinned. Okay. Yep. So it doesn't just heaps of 50 signs somewhere yet. So it would cost a small fortune. I mean, is that something we should be stating in a submission, that if we're going to be directed to do all these things, it's going to cost a fortune? Are you at least providing some funding?
We have stated it.
Yep. Cool.
We don't know what the full
Yep.
29.
Yep. Excellent.
29 year unplanned costs.
Yeah. And do you have a view on the variable signs? And because the ones that have a sticker on them saying times, no one can see that from their car. Like, to me, that's a bizarre plan.
I'm not sure what the question is, sorry.
So, do you have a view on that? Does the submission have a view on that?
On the size
variable
of the sign?
signs. Well, variable signs that have like the time of day you can do the speed, so people can see 30. Then it's just got some times underneath that no one can actually see, and are very, very confusing.
So we have to put those up because that's the rule.
That is the rule. I think the as the rules proposed, there'd be a lot more flashing electronic variable signs.
Yeah.
And the electronic signs don't necessarily need the text on them. It'd be the static signs. The new rule is also allowing for more static variable signs.
Yeah.
And that's where that would be more of an issue.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Okay,
The sorry, just to add, the variable signs are a lot more expensive, of course, than the static ones.
Councillor Templeton?
Thanks so much, and thanks for turning this around in such a quick amount of time. First one, the coalition agreement originally said in the original announcements that we would have to raise speeds where it was safe to do so. But from my read of this, that's only going to be applicable to state highways and not to urban areas. Is that right?
That's our understanding at the moment. I think that there's not. I think there's the there is the speed limits table they provided us.
Yeah.
So we would, if it stays as proposed, we would need to try and match those speed limits to our road types.
Yeah.
In that very prescriptive manner.
Yeah, so that's 50k for urban roads.
Yeah, so
even if it's demonstrably unsafe, there's no kind of out for unsafe. No option.
There is one exception. There are some exceptions proposed in the rule, and that is for streets that have significant pedestrian or cycling associated with them. And the proposal
so like Cashel Mall and
is for 40k. Yeah. No, Cashel Mall would be slightly different. I think that would be there's a civic. Criteria as well, which I think is from memory is 10 to 20. So there are some exceptions, but from the perspective of local roads, it doesn't drop below 40 unless it's a civic space.
Okay, the table shows 50 only.
There are exceptions. In the second part of the
just
table.
that 40. Okay.
Yeah.
So there was an estimate done up north that looked at if we were doing the variable kind of electronic signs for schools, that they were estimating sort of an average of 100,000 per school. Would that be, if we were doing the flashing ones, would that sound about right here?
Look, we haven't had a chance to do the work. What have we?
I think it'd probably be about half that as a maximum.
Okay.
For each school, you'd be looking at 2 electronic signs. And
What if they've got more than one entrance and more than one road?
Well, the way the rules looking at the proposed rules looking at the moment is it's only focusing on one road or one entrance.
It's only focused on the main entrance as the proposal.
So schools wouldn't be able to have slow speeds on secondary entrance streets. They're only on the main entrance street.
That's our understanding at the moment.
Yeah.
That's our reading of it.
Our reading of
but
it.
Until the rule comes out, a lot of this is... we don't know.
So I'm just checking. I don't recall seeing a submission point on that particular bit. Just that because personally, I know especially around schools, because kids they live in different directions around a school, and I think that we should have the slow speeds out of outside all entrances to schools.
Where's the school speed?
Yeah, so we do make the
It
point,
might be there, but
point 21 around flexibility
Yeah.
to assess the best solution for each school, including risk, the way students travel to and from school, co-location, and the way that the school operates
Okay,
during
yeah.
school hours. But we could potentially
Be a bit more
strengthen.
specific.
Yeah.
Okay. And the last one is on consultation with our communities. So I remember back when we changed the central city down to 30, so we legally had to consult with the community under the Local Government Act because it was a significant change, but it was mandated through the Central City Recovery Plan that we had to do it. So with this one, even though we would mandatorily have to be raising speeds, would we still have to consult with the community and then ignore community opinion if it didn't want to and do it anyway?
My understanding is there's a difference between a mandate and the Central City Recovery Plan and the law, and this would actually be a law.
Yeah, but we would still have
But
to.
we don't consult on laws, we just do it. But
Okay.
I'd have to check that with legal.
Yeah. Okay. But even if there's flexibility and stuff. Yeah.
Well, we'd have to. The only flexibility is that an urban street with significant levels of pedestrian and/or cycling activity could be 40.
Okay. But we could. But yeah.
You'd have to be able to demonstrate that.
So this would just completely
don't-
take away community voice.
Yeah, and we don't know what the demonstration levels are for that.
Yeah. Okay. Phil, I'm happy to move the staff submission. Yeah.
Just one question from me, Lynette. Are we running into maybe going to the point where we're spending 50 grand on every entrance to a school to put a flashing light in? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well,
if
well,
we're
that's
not careful?
Look, like I said, until we actually understand it, it looks like it from what we're reading here. And that's whether we can put it on every entrance, because at the moment it only reads main entrance.
So
It's 300 metres around the main entrance.
Okay. Righto, so moving right along. Councillor Kewen, please.
So just a couple of questions. The first one is, I've been hearing at the table, we're increasing speeds. Where are we increasing speeds if this goes through? I thought we're going back to original speeds. Is there some increases planned that you saw?
There are areas that are 40 and 30 around the city, area-wides that will be required to increase to 50.
Or go back to 50?
Or go back to 50,
Yeah,
however you
so they
like
were
to.
originally 50, but so there's no speed increases planned at this point? Or there is?
We don't know. We'd have to look at individual roads to determine that.
Yeah.
Right, because I remember when I was first elected, we wanted to do a whole lot of different stuff around our community board, but we couldn't because the government rules of the day were consistency across the country. Is this not a return to consistency? Is that what isn't that the intention of what they're trying to do, is to create consistency? Like around schools, like if you're passing a school in Kaitaia Bluff or Christchurch, that the speed would be exactly the same outside every school in the country, or is that not what we're looking to do?
That's not what they've articulated in the draft document.
So they've said
They've not articulated it for those reasons. Let's put it that way.
So it would be different speeds outside every school.
No, it'd be 30 k's outside of school. So
All
yes,
school,
we
yeah.
understand that, and
Yeah.
and previously it was 40 k's outside all schools.
Yeah.
So
So
yes,
we like 30? No?
we're okay with variable speed limits at 30. Yes, and that's not changed from what it is now. So that's not changed. It is currently 30 k's for a variable speed limit outside schools, and that hasn't changed in this proposed rule proposal.
Right. But with the consistency around that, isn't it best or safer to have the same time limits and the same speed outside every school?
The time
The time limits is an issue.
Yeah.
Because it only works if that's the time that school starts and finishes.
Right.
And our schools, as we found out across the city, start at a very large range of times and finish at a very large range of times. And actually there can be two schools quite close together, and the speed will be 30 outside that school, and then it will go up to 50 for a few hundred metres, and then it'll go back down to 30 outside the next school, but they'll be at different times because the schools are in and out at different times.
Right.
So that's partly why the work that the team had done around the speed limits was to try and look at that
get consistency.
and get consistency. But the prescriptiveness of this rule will challenge that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Go, Councillor Coker, please.
Two questions in the same area. So in Addington around Church Square, that became 40 Ks pre-2019. I don't know, it was sometime in that. Would that be affected by this?
No, because it's pre-2020.
Yeah. So,
but that's not to say that there couldn't be some other requirement that would require us to look at that. But yeah.
And then for Lincoln Road through Addington, where the bus lanes are, would that one have to go back to 50?
We would have to look at that. Yeah.
Okay.
If it was implemented post 2020, it would.
Yeah. And it would have to go back.
Would that be assessed by pedestrian usage and the significance?
Possibly.
Which we don't know how to measure.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Councillor Johansson, please.
Yeah, I think the question's just been answered, but just to be clear, like Montreal Street would not revert. So the central city streets that are 30k would not be caught up in this.
Not at this stage.
Right.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Fields, please.
Yes. Sorry to keep rehashing this. Apologies, but like, so Littleton was really early to reduce speeds, and it's 40 blanket pretty much in all the streets that aren't a state highway in Littleton. So that is within the scope of of the proposal. But so I guess it's a what am I trying to say? Like it's a I mean, why you would increase speeds in Littleton from what they currently are is beyond me. But like, do you feel like our submission is deals with that particular instance?
So that's the the particularly point 6 where we've talked about unwinding changes where there's been strong community support will be. I mean, that's all we can put through, and we want it. We are asking for consideration to
or
not.
It would be nonsensical to do so.
Well, we've tried to word it so that we can.
I know you
we can find a way to work with the communities, and if there is demonstrable community support, to be able to do something different. But even under the rules that we've got, we wouldn't be able to put it back to anything lower than 50.
Okay. Thank you. And sorry, do you mind if I thank you, Your Worship? So just our old friend State Highway 75. So just looking at point 35, that was 100 reduced to 80. Now, there's no way, in my view, my opinion would be there would be no way you'd be able to demonstrate public support to keep it at 80. But there is empirical, quantitative evidence to say that the level of traffic accidents is significantly reduced on that, so it's demonstrable. So are we comfortable that we are highlighting that the safety aspect of it should really be considered within those kinds of decision making, that kind of decision making?
It does. There is a safety component in terms of the cost benefit analysis proposal for making changes on speeds on roads. New changes. The point that you're making around State Highway 75, which I'm assuming, tell me if I'm wrong, is it an interregional?
Yeah. No, it's not. No? It's not an interregional.
It's that would be an 80 to 100. In the proposed rule, it would be an 80 to 100 range that you could use on that road. So if it's something that's sitting at 80 in that context, it would fit within the proposed rules, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So so there's a chance that it could be increased to 100, or reverts back to 100.
Yeah,
right?
But we won't have any say on it.
Yeah. But I suppose in our submission, are you comfortable in the submission that we're sufficiently raising the safety aspect of something that was unpopular but is demonstrable to actually have the outcome that was intended? are we comfortable that we're actually stating that in our submission?
We do raise points in the submission as related to evidence
in our network
and our network. With regard to the changes that we've made to reduce speeds and the safety impact that's had. I guess we were trying to make that point through giving some examples of our own experience in the submission.
Okay. No, thank you. Just one more.
Go on. You go.
Sorry, this is my last one, I promise. So I'll give you an example of so there's a perception that lowering speed limits increases time taken to make a journey. So I'll give you a personal example where I was driving along Teddington Straight one day and a Range Rover barreled past me at 120 kilometres an hour and sped off into the distance. And then by the time I got to the intersection of Dyers Pass Road and Colombo Street, I came up behind it at the roundabout. It was like, well, that wasn't really any point to doing that, sir. So are we putting anything within our submission to sort of say, like some of the fallacies around journey time saving and that sort of thing?
We haven't actually.
But I also think we're trying in our submission to stick to the changes to the rules that they've done and the impact that will have on us working with our communities. That's where we've looked at it in the feedback that we've been getting from the communities through the LTP and previous annual plans. Yeah.
Councillor Henstock, just one wee quick one from me, Lynette. Have we stopped putting up signs?
Yes.
We definitely have. I know it's written in there, but I'm just making sure for people out there.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have put a hold on any work that's ongoing. When this came out, we put a hold on it immediately. Yep. Nothing else will happen. Once it is, we will do an assessment of where we're at and what we can do and with what we've got, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah, no, that's just for the benefit of people watching because they don't have the benefit of reading Street's paper.
Can I, through the chair, sorry, can I just add to, there was queries raised around other speed limits, particularly the central city, and other sort of 40k areas, that were outside the 2020 time. At the moment, the new ministerial speed objective. You say you better than me.
That, sure. The proposal as it's currently framed reverses a selection of speed limits until the 1st of January 2020, and that's stuff like the area-based, reversal around schools and 50 kilometre the speed reductions on arterials, urban connectors as two examples. It doesn't speak to the whole network. What we don't know is what the ministerial speed objectives will say in terms of the directions to road controlling authorities around broader changes in alignment with the new law on the network. So that is something that we don't know yet, and I think so we can't say we won't need to touch something. It may change over time, but we don't have all that information yet, if that makes sense to elected members.
Okay, no, I'll get to you. Sorry. Councillor Henstock, please.
Thank you. I'd like to pick up on the cost implications, and I appreciate that we don't know what they are exactly, and that it's coming back to us in a workshop when you have a bit more information. We knew that this was coming down the pipeline, so is there any flexibility in your budgets? Is there going to be some room to reapply some of the budget, or is it all going to be new cost?
That depends on the quantum. There is always flexibility, but there will be trade-offs within flexibility.
So given that we've stopped some of the program of work, as Mayor Phil just asked before, then assuming that funding that was on budget can be reapplied to this?
It could be, or it may be that still has to go ahead because we have to implement the school speed zone. So most of that was school speed zone work. So they will still need to be implemented.
Okay. Can I touch on that school speed zone? I know you said that there's quite a number of different hours that the schools are operating across the city. I'm not aware of that because I understood they were all within cooey of each other, beginning and ending. Can you just give me an example then of where those outliers are, please?
So, for example, So, for example, the schools that I deal with, Papanui High School, starts at 8:30 and finishes at 2:30 every single day. But St Bede's on the corner starts anywhere between 8:30, I think, some days, and 9:30 another day, and they'll finish anywhere between 2:30 and 3:30. So it can be. It sounds within Kui, but when it's one day a week that they start later or finish earlier, and I think there's a lot of schools around the city that are like that. It's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
in terms of a time zone. If the school zone was from say 8 to 3:30, 8 to 9:30, and then 2 to 3:30, then that'll encompass everybody, as opposed to.
But the rule doesn't state that you have it up for that period of time. It's a 15-minute block, or it's a half-hour block. So for example, the rule as it's currently written says that variable school speed limits can start at 2:30, which actually doesn't work for Papanui High School. It needs to start slightly before. They usually start 15 minutes before and to 15 minutes afterwards. Now, yes, to Councillor Kewen's call before, if it was all the same hours across the city, but we're not quite sure how that's going to work at the moment around that rule.
I appreciate you had time constraints in preparing this. Yeah. Sorry, was there something you wanted to say?
Sorry, Christchurch Boys starts at 9:30 on a Wednesday, for example. Yeah.
I appreciate you had some time constraints and you ran a councillor workshop. I was unable to attend that. Did you get some good input from councillors? What sort of numbers? Yeah. Especially, what sort of numbers did you have turn up to that workshop?
It was half a dozen. Yeah. We had half a dozen attendees at the workshop, and we had a couple of other councillors email stuff in, which we got email comments in, and largely the conversation was around that that ability to work with our communities and find solutions that work for them, because we've had that feedback through the and a focus on the schools and the ability to work with what works for the schools, and acknowledging that schools aren't always just the start and finish times of schools are not always just the only busy times that they have.
Thank you. My final question then is actually in the submission document itself on page 147 of our agenda. I just want to check in on some of the data we've got there as our own evidence as an RCA, pointing to show that reduced speeds result in improved safety outcomes. I'm struggling to grasp how you measure expected injuries as opposed to actual data and actual injuries. If you look at the first two bullet points under paragraph 29, you talk about our own evidence shows that the expected injury crashes reduced by 35% and the expected rate of injuries reduced by 46%. And then in the second bullet point, expected injuries were at least 40 to 80. Are they they're expected, but they're not actually underpinned by any data?
So
I really can't understand that.
They are underpinned by data. The problem is if we didn't change this, we know what the crash rate was before the speed limit went in, and we know what it was after the speed limit went in. But if we didn't put the speed limit in, we can't predict what the crash rate would have been, if that makes sense.
You can't see into the future.
No. But
Yeah. So it's yeah.
Okay. Councillor Barber, please.
Thank you, team. I'm really interested in how you're going to assess whether a speed limit would stay in a subdivision. In terms of something like say Preston's, which is 40 k's an hour, and I think it's generally accepted by the community. How will you assess that?
We don't know yet, because we don't know how we'll be required to assess it.
Okay.
So, and we don't know until the details of the rule come out, and the details of the guidance from Waka Kotahi, and the details of the economic assessments that we'll have to do. We haven't got any of that to go with this, so that's why we've raised those points and asked for some flexibility.
Yeah, because I mean, in my community, people are struggling to understand. We've got Preston's 40 k's, the road going past Preston's Road at 60, across the road 50 k's, and then talk that Parklands was going to go to 30, and that a bit confusing for people.
So as it stands, all of those except for the 60k road would revert back to 50 unless we could build a case for, and we don't know what the guidance is yet, to say that it's classified as an urban street with significant levels of ped and cycle activity, and that would be the opportunity to push it down to a 40.
We'll leave it at 40.
But we don't know what that means yet.
Yeah, oh no, that's good, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McClellan? You're good. Councillor Johansson?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the work that
I've got you, Tyler.
You've done on the submission. There's a lot of good points in there, but I guess I was just concerned that in some of the points, particularly around the discussion around engagement, and like point 12, you talk about anecdotal feedback from residents on neighbourhood streets where speed reductions have been implemented, reporting greater than expected sense of community connectivity and safety. It doesn't seem to give. Well, I'm just wondering why we haven't made reference to those people in the community that have raised concerns about some of the speed limit changes, and whether we'd considered just recognising that some of them have not gone down well, both from a safety point of view or from a community point of view.
So we actually recognised that, Councillor, earlier on point 3.
Right.
So we acknowledged that there's a wide spectrum. And it includes strong support for speed limits, particularly on local residential streets, and those that opposed reduced speeds, particularly on busier roads.
Yeah, I guess it's not just the being opposed to it, it's actually the very real life feedback that's coming through from places like Gloucester Street, for example, where people are overtaking, at high speeds on the right. There's road rage, there's people overtaking on the left. There's a community that doesn't really understand and probably the driver behaviour doesn't match to people feeling more connected or safer. So I just felt like maybe there could just be a little bit more added to noting that we haven't always got it right, and that we are open. My understanding is, as council, we're looking to change Gloucester Street, which I totally welcome. So we do have, processes to evaluate and respond to concerns when concerns are raised.
Yes.
Which I think strengthens the argument that if we do it, we do have processes in
flexibility,
place.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harrison Hunt, please. Unmute yourself, buddy.
Is that working?
Yep.
Good. Order. This one is, I've got maybe 2 questions, but the first one is regarding the ministerial speed objective, and this might include legal. It states here that we may not be meeting our obligations under Part 6 of the Local Government Act. What kind of implications does that have for us as a council in terms of law, essentially? It's point 23 on page 146.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm on the wrong page.
It relates to pace scale and patient scale.
We're not 100% sure. There's a discussion in the document about the introduction of a ministerial speed objective, and this the legal team helped us draft this, and there was some concern about how that impacted our obligations around consulting if there's a ministerial objective around pace in focus versus the local decision making. That was the challenge, but we're not 100% sure. So there's not a lot of detail around the ministerial speed objective.
Okay, and for clarity around schools, what are the current zoning provisions that are being proposed in terms of from the entrance to which area in terms of speed changes?
It would just be a 300 metre variable speed limit on one school on the main school entrance.
That's what's proposed in the rule, and at the moment we work with the school to understand how the children are travelling to and from school, and we look at the area.
So you're saying that council currently have a bespoke solution, and in this regard, it's going to be a blanket provision.
At the moment, we try and accommodate the community and have a consistent speed limit around the school and then the wider community. Whereas what's proposed is going to be a blanket 300-metre approach to every school frontage.
Okay, and I just wanted to garner your feedback from those schools. What was the general feedback from the high schools and primary schools that you've engaged with so far?
Well, positive. And as a lot of you have known for a long time, schools have been asking for 30k speed limits for a long time over greater distances outside the frontages.
Yep, cool, awesome. And that's it, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Coco.
And happy to second if someone hasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to move. Sorry. Oh, right. Okay, cool. Great. My question was, once this whole process is finished and the Lands Transport role is finalised, and if we need to change all of our speed signs, will that just be a process that happens sort of operationally, or will something come back to council around that in terms of decision making?
I think we're not 100% sure, but we will have to be consistent with whatever the rule is. But I anticipate we'd have to come back because it's actually resolved.
Yeah.
So it would need to get changed.
And then it comes back to the question of the consultation again, which we're not 100% sure on.
Okay, so it could potentially come back to the table.
Yes.
Okay.
But as it's written at the moment, you're unlikely to have a lot of choice. It won't be coming back with options. It'll be coming back with this is what's
That's
happening.
Okay. We don't need options.
Exactly what I was just about to say. Okay, you done, Mel? Yep. Okay, Councillor Templeton, please.
Thanks so much. There was a bit of discussion earlier about the times of day that schools vary, those kind of things. Does the rule as it's written currently take into account school holidays, for example? So schools vary in when they might have holidays as well. And would the time be even during the holidays, or would drivers be expected to know when holidays are, even if they don't have children, for example?
Yeah. On most of the signs, it will say school days only.
Okay, so drivers would have to be expected to know the school terms for every single school that they drive past. Yeah. How would police enforce that? Like, do we know? Like, is it?
I mean, I suppose the reality is the variable speed limit requires them to slow down from 50 to 30 on school days. As long as they slow down, it's.
But if they
you're not going to get a ticket for going slower past a school on a holiday.
But if you just drive through at 50 and then you say to the policeman, "Oh, but I thought it was a school holiday," even I don't have kids, I don't know when school holidays are. I mean, how are they going to enforce that?
But that's the reality of the rules that we work with now. That's the reality of the rules we work with now, unless we have variable speed signs, because the flashing variable signs, because they are off in the school holidays.
Yeah. Okay. So the electronic ones we can program.
That's it.
But the static variables are where those issues occur, and that's the same as it is at the moment.
Do we have many static variables at the moment?
Yes, quite a lot.
Interesting.
Just Councillor McDonald's got a question. Just a question from me. Are we overthinking this and we're going to... I'm just thinking schools here at the moment, and I think there's consensus around the room. Schools are sacrosanct. You can't, you've got to look after our young, some of them are older. But surely we wouldn't, next thing you know, we'll have a group of council staff running around and talking to every school, what time do you open, what time do you shut? Are we better just to say, right, it's from the start of the earliest school, that time, and then a time at the end, if say one of them is half an hour more, then the time is longer than the school is not open, it doesn't matter, then everyone knows it's the same.
It's what Councillor Kieran was speaking to before.
Yeah, so that can be done.
I'm going to let Stephen
Is that what we're putting in our submission?
So what the rule doesn't necessarily allow for that. The rule gives a single set time, and at the moment some schools fall outside of that set time, and that's the problem. What we've done currently under the existing rule that's in place, we've tried to group groups of schools together to get consistency in areas, to make sure that we accommodate that, so that there's some areas where you might have 4 or 5 schools in very close proximity with all slightly different start and end times. For those areas, we've made sure there's a consistent signage and start and end times of the signage for those areas.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying every school in the Christchurch area, the same time. And if the school's not open for half an hour inside that time, so what?
So the problem with that would be is we'd end up with a really big window of time, and then that almost forces people to not listen to the sign.
So there's a double challenge, but also I do really want to point out Stephen's point that the time frame that is listed in the rule currently doesn't cover all the schools on all the days, and that's part of the challenge that we're going. So it is something that we can consider, but you do have a behaviour and use issue with that, because it then doesn't get respected.
You see where I'm coming from? I'm just trying to make it less confusing.
No, I do. But
a confused person like myself.
And the way it stands,
but it doesn't work.
Yeah, the way it stands at the moment, we wouldn't be able to implement what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
Right,
So the way the rule stands at the moment.
Councillor Harrison Hunt, please.
Kia ora. Just one more question was around schools that are near highways or motorways. Like, for example, Curlitz Road has Riccarton High School and Te Kāpihu School. Is there anything within this submission that you've got that may address that?
Sorry, can you?
So at the moment, so there's schools that are walking out onto state highways essentially.
Oh, yeah.
And is there anything in that submission that may address that? So we're thinking about Woolston, for example, off Brougham Street. We're thinking about Riccarton High School. There are others there.
School zones and state highway. They would be dealt with by Whakatahi. So there are rules. The school zones on state highways would have to be dealt with by Whakatahi. It's my understanding. We would have to work with them on that. My understanding is that it depends. So in a 100km/h zone, there are different changes than there are in a urban centre. So they still can implement school speed variable speed zones.
Yeah.
And they've got a slightly longer. They've got a longer window to put that in. So instead of the 300 metres around the main gate, it's 600 metres. So it gives more time for people to slow down.
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you for this. I guess the first one is if this has been moved and seconded, that's are we still open to changes, or how will that work?
We've still got a couple of points. So we've noted that you want us to strengthen. There's a couple of points that we want to tweak and change anyway. Number 4 and number 21.
Yeah.
And also we've got this.
And we also need to decide whether we've got resolution 3 or 4.
Yeah. So have we moved 3 or 4?
3.
You've moved 3.
But happy to do 4 instead.
Oh no, Tyler said.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't mind being in 4. I'm happy to work in with people on 4. I've just got a couple of. It's just a tone thing for me.
Yep.
Around that, and I think because a lot of it, like the school stuff, makes perfect sense and things. I'd just like to. Normally in our submissions, we tend to say we've got issues we'd like considered, as opposed to I've read it and it's gone concern.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking if we're just trying to apply it like we do our other submissions, I'd quite like to get it into that frame of mind.
Yep. And that's a change, councillor, that we can work with.
Yeah.
And
if we do
tweak.
However, and the other one was just, and it was back to Tyrone's point, just around. Which I thought was a good question, just around like the state highway in terms of that speed, the 80 to 100, and it's around point 4 where it goes. At all times, the council employs a risk-based, data-led approach to the setting of speed limits on our network, alongside working closely with our communities. And I've just kind of picked up on his point, which was the community wouldn't necessarily want the 80, but our data would suggest that 80 makes sense. I'm just wondering whether that's actually a relevant point.
Well, sorry, not in relation to State Highway 75.
No, but I'm using that principle of,
Yeah.
you know, if the community say actually we don't want it dropped, but the data says actually it makes sense to drop it. I'm just not sure it's written the right way. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we can reframe that so it's written a bit more like we work with our communities, but we also take a data-led approach to considerations.
Just to kind
we
of
can we can figure that one,
we
can't
can
we?
figure it out.
Okay.
So is the seconder
So,
okay with that?
Yeah. That'd be.
Delegating to a small group?
I thought it was Mel was seconding it.
No, Tyler, are you okay with delegating to a small group?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going with 4 rather than 3. Is that what we're moving it to?
So, Tyler, did you want to be in that group as the seconder?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
and then maybe Vic, so we balance it 4-4.
Yeah.
So, so it's Harrison, Hunt, Hemstock,
McDonald.
and Templeton.
Yeah.
Could I be in that as well, seeing I've been pushing the slow speeds for schools for over a decade?
Yeah, Tim.
Hang on. Before you know where the whole
I think-
council will be in it.
I think 5's enough. I mean, you know, if only 4 of us can get together at any one time, that's fine. It gives a bit of flexibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Okay, we're all good. We have one more question at this stage from Councillor Kewen.
Yeah, I got a couple. One is on the top of page 140. The draft rule requires variable speed, reduced speed. That one there. It said.
What number is that? Sorry.
So I don't know.
Top of the page,
Top of page 40 hasn't got a number. Top 140, sorry. Top of page 140. Not sure what you call that, but
that's
under the description of proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at that point there, but it says the 30k speed limit will apply along a total length of 300 metres surrounding a school gate for most schools. I'm sure everyone agrees with that. Why does it say most schools? Which schools are not?
That was the point around State Highway.
Right.
So that was the 600 metres for the Category 2 schools that would be on a state highway. So by most schools, we're talking about most of the schools on our network being the 300 metres.
Right, and the state highway speed is still the same?
The state highway speed in terms of the speed limit.
Outside the school, it'll still be dropped to 30, just the zone's longer.
60, I think.
60.
Oh, their kids are quite hardy, aren't they? So why does our submission not say that all kids should only be hit at a maximum of 30k an hour rather than 60? Just putting it in actual terms of what happens.
We can.
We'll need.
We could add that. We're going to strengthen that point around the flexibility on state highway network further.
Okay.
Well, I think
because the time limits in there, the specified is 8 till 9:30 and then 2:30 till 4. I would like to see the list of schools that are outside that because I don't know of any. And then you should be allowed to turn on your variable speed sign at any time when you need to, because if it's school production week and everyone's going out the gate at 7 o'clock at night, you should be allowed to turn it on. And so, but not on 24/7, because your Uber driver doesn't want to fine at 3 in the morning when he's trying to get some sick people home from partying in town, which we encouraged as well. And then also...
so, councillor, sorry, to that, you won't be able to turn it on as per this. You won't be able to turn your variable speed limits on at any other time except those times.
Okay, so our submission's
Between
asking for a variation
You're asking
on that.
for flexibility to work with the schools too.
But not the 24-hour one that was proposed last year. And then finally, just on where we get our evidence from, because where it says the improvements have made positive changes, it says one here, similarly, the Riccarton Care Activity Centre in Christchurch has experienced an 8% increase in retail spending over 5 years. The inflation over that time was 16%, so that would suggest they've gone backwards. Just stating
Okay.
the obvious.
Right, to
but
be honest, I think we've, and I know you've got your hand up, Jake. I think we've had enough questions. It's a okay, wording. Okay.
I'm just thinking, I mean, I don't know what the intention of those on the group is, but normally when we sign these off, we sign it off with minor changes. Not, I would hate to think that it's going to be wholesalely rewritten. Is that the intention? Is that the
Which ones
yeah,
have we got?
well, normally it does. Doesn't it normally say minor?
Okay.
So through the chair, does it help?
Yes.
Does it help if I just quickly note what we're going to work on with that group of councillors?
Mhm.
So there's a bit of a tone of voice change around consider versus concern. We're requesting consideration of to try and change that tone of voice through the document, which doesn't fundamentally change the points that we're making. Possibly strengthens them. We'll look at whether we can strengthen them with that. We're looking at particularly point 4 and point 21 in strengthening and reframing those points, but not wholesale changes.
Okay, yeah, that's well and good that that's what you've taken, but I just want to check with those on the group that that's the intention when you start to work on it. Well, that's what I'm worried about, Sam.
So, as the mover, I'm happy to include the word minor in number 4. So to approve any further minor changes.
Same.
Okay. All right. So we've had enough questions. They've been very good questions, extremely good answers. We'll now go into debate because we've got a movement sector and Councillor Temple's number 1.
Kia ora. Our communities ask us time and time again to make their streets safer, to make them quieter, and not just for kids either. And I know most of our conversation has been about schools today, but anyone slowing down a bit in older years struggles to get across our wider streets in Christchurch. Last long-term plan, we put additional money on budget to do 5 neighbourhoods per year because our neighbourhoods had been asking for them. And we will not be able to do that work with locals to make the changes they asked for going forward. Opawa was one of those communities, and slower, safer speeds were consulted on and implemented in 2022. There were nearly 140 submissions and 90% support for the changes, and that will now have to be reversed. Sumner has had good feedback on their changes, and the Redcliffs Residents Association has been waiting and asking for slower speeds to come in and are concerned that it may not now happen. Then there's the technical impossibility, basically, of some of the changes proposed. 300 metres outside the main entrance to the school and the times of day, variable signage, the cost estimates are large when we've got a large number of schools. And we know that some schools have a much broader than 300 metre entrance to their school, a frontage, and it's just going to ignore the safety of the children who use other entrances and completely ignores their journey to and from school. There's complete government overreach in mandating the blanket speed increases in urban areas, even when it's demonstrably unsafe to do so, and it ignores the voices of our communities. Waka Kotahi is allowed to take safety into account when setting speed limits on the open roads in this legislation, but not councils. We can do potentially slower speeds down to 40 if high numbers of pedestrians are around, but not if the geography or width makes it unsafe. There's plenty of evidence to support the need for safer speeds and for health, pollution, safety, and yet all of those who support it are being accused of being ideologically driven. Yet those opposed to safer streets have not come up with a shred of evidence to support their view, and that's ideology, opinions with no evidence. For a government that talked about localism and councils taking responsibility for their communities at the last election, they sure are mandating a whole pile of stuff out of Wellington. And today my ask is this. Let us work with our communities to decide what speeds are the most appropriate, and don't force us to make our streets less safe for our kids.
Okay, Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Yeah, my views differ somewhat to Councillor Templeton's. I've voted against a number of lower speed limits before. I think we made the right call a couple of months ago to pause on further changes, and here we are. I definitely support lowering speed limits around schools, and I feel like actually we've got really good public support for lowering speed limits in certain areas, particularly around schools. There is good public support out there for certain areas. Seems to me like we went further than what we had the public mandate for. Other councils did the same, and then the new government, they campaigned on reversing them, and here we are. So there was public pushback to I believe, what we did overall. But now these new rules go further than what the pushback was about. So there's going to be pushback to the pushback. Just as one example, I think of these new rules being too prescriptive. So we had a father here from Copper Ridge talk about his daughter that was hit by a car on Hallsville Junction Road. So what was due to be put up next month is the variable electronic speed limit sign on Hallsville Junction Road. So it's going to be 30 for those mornings and afternoons. Well, we now have to put a hold on that, so that sign will not go up next month. And I think that's a real shame, because we might not be allowed to put that up there because it's not right outside the school gate. But this is a road where trucks are hurtling down at 70 k's, whatever, and kids are expected to cross the road. So what we're looking at is potentially too prescriptive. Some sensible flexibility would be ideal, which is why I support what the submission is asking for. In some cases, the main gate's actually the last road needing its speed limit lowered, depending on where the gate is and the type of road. Oakland's is a good example. The main gate would like to be cutting in place, but it's actually the other roads around it that probably need their speed limit lowered more. So some flexibility would just be sensible. I certainly hope we don't end up in a position where we're having to reskin all the signs every few years when governments change. We should be able to tap into some form of consensus with speed limits around our schools as adults. If we can't do that, how can we have hope for future generations? But I do appreciate the government doing this actually quite relatively early in the term. We need some certainty either way, or whatever we're doing. I think they were planning to make this process a bit longer, do so next year. They've done it sooner, so I think we should be thankful for that and pass that on too. Thanks you for getting on with whatever you may be doing. But it feels to me like we managed to piss a lot of people off along the way for pushing those speed limits too far out from where they needed to go. But then the people who wanted lower speed limits, in many cases, they've now got them or have been told they're getting them. Now many of them will be pissed off that they are not going ahead or have to get reversed. So instead of tapping into the consensus, it feels like we've managed to piss off not just both sides, but everyone in the process. So a bit concerned about how this is going to go. But if we can get some flexibility around those key areas, I think that would be sensible.
Thank you, mate. Councillor Peters.
Thank you. I think we're probably all the same around this table that we would love to make our communities safer. And the focus on making it safe around schools is absolutely brilliant. And we need to applaud the government for holding on to that notion of 30 k's around schools so that our most vulnerable young children can be protected. It's a shame that they've not given us more flexibility through the proposal to broaden it to some of the streets more immediate around the schools. Because I echo the sentiment of Councillor Moore that we did annoy a lot of people by overreaching with our previous plan that we were consulting on and looking to pass through council. We do want to make our communities safer. We need to have more flexibility so that we can, where the community would like to have the ability to hold on to what's been changed, they can. So hopefully the Minister will listen to that and that we can get that flexibility so that as our community has been consulted, has learnt to live with and is enjoying those changes, we can hold on to them. But hey, we won't hold our breath on that. We'll see what the Minister comes back with. I think we probably need to take a bit of a chip on our shoulder. The fact that councils around the country, probably including us, brought this on ourselves when this government came in by overreaching with the previous proposals. So now they're overreaching back, I think, through this rule, and hopefully we can find some middle ground where good majority of our communities can be listened to and continue to be made safe. Community safety is what it's all about, and it's not just the community around the schools, but it's communities that we all reside in the residential communities where your street is 50 k's and people are hooning through there inappropriately. There was a notion in law, I believe, around driving to the conditions. Seems to be a forgotten art. A lot of drivers don't know how to drive to a condition, but perhaps the Minister could remind people of that idea as this rule comes into play, that driving to the conditions is what driving is all about. And it's good to see the government, I guess, ministerially moving with the police to look at enforcement. It was great to see over the weekend them working around the antisocial boy racing. And hopefully when new speed rules come in, they can empower the police to help make our community safer through that as well. But here's hoping the submission we put in can be listened to by the Minister, and we can get the ability to work with our communities, because that's what we need to be doing. Keeping our communities safe in a way that they want to be made safe, I think, is what this is all about.
Thank you. Councillor Melanie.
Thanks. I'm very supportive of the submission that our transport team have drafted. It outlines a range of concerns with the coalition government's proposal. At the core of it, do we as a council agree the government should be able to set the speeds in our streets rather than put consultation with our community at the forefront of what we do? Does the coalition government know what the Local Government Act says, let alone what it means? Where Section 78 says that local authority must, in the course of its decision-making processes, give consideration to views and preferences of persons likely to be affected or have an interest in the matter. Some aspects of the land transport rule will have ridiculous effects, as have already been outlined in the submission. For one, there's a lack of consistency, it's been stated. So if two schools are closer together but further away than 600 metres apart, the main entrances, the speeds could change from 50 to 30 to 50 to 30 to 50 again. Now, how is that consistent? Schools also don't start or finish at the same times, as we've already discussed. With the main entrance that was talked about, students like my daughter enter the school by the back entrance, which is a narrow local road, one that's often congested with cars. It makes more sense for the street to be 30 kilometres an hour than the main road where the main entrance is, because that has a set of traffic lights that allows students to cross the road safely. So I'm concerned about that aspect of the proposed land transport plan. Also locally, I'm concerned about the speeds in the Addington area around Church Square. Now, I remember distinctly when I was Deputy Chair of Spraden, I can't remember what it was called then, maybe it was Spraden Cashmere Community Board, I keep changing their names, but it was in that period between 2016 and 2019 where we brought to the council here about changing the speeds to 40 k's per hour. There was actually a huge debate in this chamber at the time about whether they actually could change it to 30 k's an hour, because a lot of the submissions had asked for that, but it actually wasn't possible to do that. So in the end it was decided to be 40. But now that we've gone through the safer speed changes, they're really looking forward to having 30 k's an hour around Church Square and all those adjacent streets, and asking me when those signs are going to go up, which obviously it's all been halted. So, I don't want them to be disappointed. I want to do the right thing. My fellow colleague over here has just said this is just a submission, so the coalition government probably won't listen, and I'm inclined to agree with that. It is what you said. But I think the rule is ill-considered. Anyone with a basic understanding of science, maths or physics knows the faster you go, the bigger the mess. It's clear that this government is on a collision course with local government and the community. Maybe we should slow down, take our time, use evidence and take a precautious and safe approach rather than a slapdash approach that fails the children, vulnerable road users and local communities of Otatahi and Aotearoa. But this council does have a history of not following the requirements of central government. It's rare, but a precedent was set when in September 22 we voted not to push ahead with the government directive on housing density rules, so maybe that's a process we'll need to take.
And a good thing that was, never mind. Councillor Scandrick, please.
Thank you, and I'll take the politics out of it, because the one constant, and let's be honest, if you look at Parliament over the last 30 years, it's been political ping-pong, left versus right, etc. But the constant there is central government with all their advisors, etc. So the facts of the matter are we are 30 years behind the rest of the world, or if you want, with regards to slow speeds in front of schools. And if, like me, you've bothered to go down to a number of schools and you've watched these parents drop their precious little items off, and then don't care about anyone else's. If they roar off because they might be a bit late for school, do U-turns, etc. So we're now, not only are we 30 years behind the rest of the school with slow speeds for schools, we've also got worse driver attitudes. And this is truly appalling. So we have to make some changes. And I believe that we need to not need to work with our schools. We want to work with our communities, and we should be left alone by central government and political parties who want to look at some kind of scoring for the next election and truly engage with our communities, which I believe we have done. And when we engage, we sit around, our 17 of us around the table, and we all know that consultation is a percentage. But I do think in some areas we've really got it right. A lot of communities want slow speeds, not just in front of their schools, but in their communities. Because as usual, we have drivers who drive through communities and have no care whatsoever for those communities and those residents children who live in those communities. Tennyson Street's a fantastic example. We tried to slow the speed down with signage. And this also includes cyclists who do not slow down for children crossing the cycle lanes. And we had an incident where a cyclist hit a child. It's just about taking responsibility. And if you as individuals can't do it, we have to, if you like, and I don't like using the word impose, but we have to make safer streets for communities. And this is what we should be left to do. I'm a great supporter of it. I don't think we've really got it, and I don't think we've got central government support, which we should do. And I look forward to further work on it. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison-Hunt.
Kia ora koutou. I believe that there is a lot of actually consensus around a lot of the benefits within the submission across the table. But as the youth portfolio holder, one of the things that I've been doing quite frequently is actually talking to schools, to young parents, and to the community, particularly around speeds. And the number one thing that schools talk to me about, particularly the teachers and principals, is around safer speeds. So I'm going to talk about that for a couple of minutes. The first thing I wanted to talk about was the young people who talk to me. And one of the biggest things that they talked to me about, they gave me a line, it was a sentence, and they said, Tyler, this is a war on the young. And that really hit me for a wee bit. Then they also talked about the systemic disproportionality of our current political system, because young people can't vote, therefore they can't make decisions for themselves or for the generations in the future. So what that does essentially is creates a disproportionate rule for drivers, road users, people who actually use those roads every day, to those kids that are walking to schools. Now, I see quite often the walking buses. And in the walking buses, I don't know if you've seen them before, the ones in my area have high visors on their backpacks. There's about 30 of them, and they have to safely walk across Curlitz Road to go to Te Kapihu Riccarton School, and they have to walk back to go to La Vida Youth Centre. And one of the things that hurts me the most is actually having to see that, because the reason why they have to do that is because there's a 60-kilometre Curlitz Road, but there's also a 50-kilometre Riccarton Road / Main South Road that they've got to try and navigate between with one road crossing across it. Now, drivers, road users often say that they're quite smart on the road, but then they say they get confused about signage and don't know when to go fast or when to go slow. So I've got a really good tip for those ones, including cyclists, including car drivers, is to look up while you're driving, look up, see the sign and go, oh, it's 30 Ks, I better slow down. Pretty simple. So parents often tell me they don't feel safe letting their kids walk to school, not because of the big bad wolf, but because of the big bad metal thing that drives across on our roads. So I'm actually quite happy with a lot of the proposed changes, but around the schools, I'm adamant to make sure that they're safer for our young people, because they can't vote yet. And our young families want it, our teachers want it, our principals want it. And I actually really support Councillor McDonald's parts on where he wants to change the wording to make it more feasible and more clearer for the government, and hopefully the government sees some of this. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McClellan, and then we might throw it out to the end.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to push back on the idea that this wasn't popular, therefore we went too far. I think, there's lots of, we live in a representative democracy for a reason, and that's because, we're empowered to make decisions that aren't always the most popular they could be, particularly when you have regard for young people who obviously can't vote and can't mouth off on Facebook. So I don't think that, I'm not convinced on that. And I agree with Councillor Templeton that this is deeply ironic from a government that said centralism over localism doesn't work. In Parliament last year, he described centralisation as the robbery of power and control from local communities. It is a little bit ironic to be in favour of localism when it gets you out of a difficult issue like Three Waters, but when you get to insert yourself into a popular issue like reversing speed limit reductions, all of a sudden it's a different story. But the reality is that was a campaign promise. It's settled, it's done, and that was actually some of my feedback in the workshop submission, which is actually let's emphasise the parts we can change, and I hope that the 5 of you or 10 of you, however many we settled on, will really emphasise the hilarity of some of those proposed school restrictions, rather than focusing on the removal of blanket speed limit changes. So yeah, that's it from me. Thanks.
Okay, so who have we got there? Councillor McDonald. Okay.
Yeah, just very briefly, I'm happy with the delegation to a group of councillors, and I think if you look at submissions that are made time and time again, governments don't take notice of them, and I think this one in particular, the way it's worded, and I appreciate there's been a short turnaround time. We've got to avoid, and it's not the team that have done it, I suspect it's been changed with feedback, this activist approach to governing the city. I think if we're more considered in how we do things, and we go, actually, what are the kind of things we can achieve, as opposed to sort of waving the flags and the activist approach, we're actually likely to get better outcomes. So I'm really confident that if you think about the school stuff where there's a lot of consensus, actually the way we can work through that with government will ensure we do get some good outcomes. And I think if we drop the activist approach and we take the more considered governing approach as a collective body, that can only be a good thing in terms of getting outcomes out of Wellington, and then they will listen to us.
Councillor Johansson.
I was just wasn't going to talk, but I think that just invoked me to
You'd
talk.
disappoint me if you didn't.
So, I think it is important that the city stands up for its community, and I think a number of councillors have actually articulated the arguments on both sides of the speed limit changes, and hopefully, I think the hope is that the submission does take a balanced approach to recognise that while not perfect, we try to respond to what local communities are asking for, and sometimes we get it wrong. And I think the measure is if you get it wrong, then take steps to put it right. And I know from my conversations with our staff, particularly around some of the streets in my community, that people don't feel that they've been engaged with properly. They don't feel that the benefits have accrued. And in fact, it actually seems completely irrational to have a 30k speed limit. The staff are taking away and actively looking at those streets to look at what better decisions we might be able to make, right? And I think that's a good thing. That's the power of having the local ability to make decisions around these things. I think for me, one of the things I learned when I was very young, going through the skateboarding ban that council was proposing, is that if the majority of people can understand the reason and the rationale behind the expected behaviour change, they're much more likely to follow it. And we do have some good examples in the city around speed limits. For example, Charleston was one of the first neighbourhoods to have a 40k speed limit put in. But what we found through research was it wasn't very effective because the local community did not really adhere to the speed limit that we'd imposed on them. So the way we work with communities, I think, is incredibly important. So there's a number of things that people have said around things like schools, for example, the extent to which schools can have variations or have distance around where we slow things down, and that's absolutely important. But where we've put, 50 down to 30k on places like Gloucester Street, where the community just are just completely baffled by the type of road, the lack of physical redesign to encourage lower speeds, and just see people not adhering to it, then I think we do have to question whether that is the best approach. But I guess one of the main points I would like to make is I do think it's important that we do advocate as strong as we can, and we've had a number of other examples of things we've done as a council. I would love this council to stand up to government more. For example, we could save $100 million by not putting chlorine into our water supply, and I'd love us to be more activist and be stronger in taking an approach with central government around some of the really crazy things that they've required us to do or may require us to do in the future, where we just know that the cost is not worth it and for very low risk. So yeah, I welcome us taking a strong approach to stand up for our community.
Yeah, thank you, Yanni. Councillor Kewen?
Yeah, I believe the children are our future. Teach them well, but don't let them be run over by a vehicle doing more than 30k an hour would be a good song. I can see what the government's trying to do here with the speed limit changes. Obviously, they're trying to create more consistency, and the previous changes created more inconsistency. And if for those that like to listen to the public, I'll exclude Jake from that, like he's not here, but that the public overwhelmingly enforcing what Councillor Moore said, and that is that there was too much overreach in the speed limit setting. But people want more consistency. The fact that rural roads may still allow cars to go past at 60k an hour makes absolutely no sense. And I've always, ever since I was first elected, always challenged any politician in Wellington to put on a stunt suit and meet me out front of Parliament. I'll get hit at 30, they can get hit at 60, and we'll see who comes out best off that afternoon. Because we know about the variations. So to have, and I know in other countries, which has been mentioned, that we're years behind, that the speed limits outside all schools are extremely slow, rural or urban. So our submission should be extremely strong on that. That should be its strongest point. I don't have a problem with the fixed times. There's other bits in here that, there's lots of bits in here, like Sam said, are quite combative, so I don't necessarily agree with, but it does say in here, the draft rule requires variable speed limits outside school gates during school travel periods. That doesn't say limited to one gate per school. It says school gates. I assume, to me, that is every gates in and out of a school would be that speed outside that gate. So it's not 100% clear. Maybe they do only allow you one gate per school, but that's not clear in here. There has been too much overreach in the broad setting of the 30k an hour. That's why this government are pushing back on that. And for those that do listen to the public, even the ones on our own council Facebook page are majority saying that that they support around schools. Almost no one doubts that, but they all say that the 30k an hour all over the place has been too much. And some people here like facts, some don't, but I'd love us to get a presentation from the police on all the people that are killed in Christchurch and how they were killed, because our traffic planning will change considerably, because they're not killed by people doing 50k an hour who are watching the road. That is generally the definition of every single accident report. It is something else, because the guys that killed my mother were doing 170 in illegally modified vehicles. That's how you kill people on the road, and it's not doing 50k an hour. It's you're doing something else wrong or a multiple of things wrong. So more enforcement, and let's start listening to the public a little more.
Okay, Councillor Fields.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I won't go too long here. There's just a couple of things. Like, I support the submission absolutely. Like, we definitely need to get speeds in neighbourhoods right, for sure. Like, government overreach or whatever. Like, there's got to be a common sense kind of element to this. because I'd hate to think that we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater in any of this. A lot of the communities on Banks Peninsula, if I lived in Littleton or Corsair Bay or Cass Bay or Governor's Bay or Diamond Harbour or Church Bay or Purdo, there's the reduction in speed limits has actually been a really good thing for those communities that have main roads going through them. So I think that's been a really, really positive impact. So I don't, it would be nonsensical to sort of relitigate those. And I can understand that there's been some wholesale changes, but look, if you're driving around the Summit Road above Akaroa, which used to be at 100 kilometres an hour, I'd challenge anybody to be able to drive around that road at 100 kilometres an hour. 60
Not
meters.
easy.
It's not easy. Yeah. If there's anybody in this room that could do it, it'd probably be you, Mr. Mayor. But I would not advocate for that. But look, so sometimes it's actually quite sensible, and it has a good impact on the community. But like that, not every change was necessarily correct. Probably, and some things are definitely going to be contentious because change is always difficult. And like the State Highway 75, where the speed was reduced from 100 to 80, that was met with gasps of exasperation across all the communities on Banks Peninsula. However, the facts, because we like dealing with facts, demonstrate a marked reduction in traffic accidents along that highway. So, look, I think there's still more to be discussed in that particular area, but I think it's really, really important to listen to the community there. And but yeah, look, it's just, as I say, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just have a common sense approach, and I think that we're on the right track.
Sorry, sir. Councillor Barber would, in there, and I didn't see his name written in small writing.
Yes, of course. And there's nothing like a good submission to set us all off. I think there's lots we agree on, and clearly no one around the table wants to see children put at risk, and we all applaud safety. I'm a bit bothered by the lack of consistency, certainty, and speeds that kind of make sense and that people can understand. I feel like the work nationally through the current government and the last government has been a bit clumsy. I wish that there was some kind of sensible bipartisan consensus on safety on our roads and speed limits that works for everybody and is easily understood. I agree with what Councillor McDonald said about essentially taking the antagonism and the combativeness out of our approach. I think we'll achieve a lot more if we do that. I'm confident we can come up with a good solution for our city. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. I'll just have one wee add on. I've listened to everyone, and without question, schools are at. No one wants to see anyone hurt. I think what Councillor Peters said was, I agree totally with, and everyone to be honest. But we did. One thing I will say, we did have overreach. When I live on a street that's a cul-de-sac that's 100 metres long, and we're putting up an $1,100 speed sign to say slow down to 30 k's when it's only 1.5 car widths wide, that was overreach. And I'm pleased to say it didn't go up. The mark is on the ground to say put it up. So this has stopped that sort of thing. The school thing is absolutely sacrosanct. We have to do that. So that I'll support this, and this is good. And we've got the last right reply from Councillor Templeton.
Thanks. A couple of responses to comments so far. I agree with Councillors Moore and Kewen about their community's ability to not potentially have speed limit reductions. And I think the key point there is that's fine for your communities. My communities actually want them, and they've been asking for them. This bill robs us of the ability to go community by community and get what suits communities. And that's one of the key points for this. I disagree with Councillor McDonald and Councillor Barber about their statements on sort of activist submissions, and I'd like to read you a few snippets from our Water Services Bill submission that Council approved unanimously last term. Christchurch City Council thanks the Select Committee, The Council remains concerned at the pace of significant change. This would be of concern. It's particularly troubling. We're also concerned. It seems an extraordinary risk. As we have continued to raise, we remain very concerned. The transfer of stormwater assets, The labyrinthine division of responsibility raises the questions. The bill's ambiguous and inefficient approach to stormwater and flood management. The current proposal seems to be unworkable and substantial changes required. We oppose the potential capture of council-controlled organisations. We have repeatedly raised our concerns. We are disappointed to see that this bill continues to provide uncertainty, and we submit that CCTOs should be explicitly excluded. The transfer is unclear. We have a history of being really strong and clear in expressing our concerns to government on whatever issue we should that concerns us, and we should keep doing the same, submission after submission. That is how the Three Waters reforms got changed, by councils being really firm and strong and clear in their opinions and concerns to central government, and that's what we need to do here as well. Thank you.
Righty-ho. So there we are, the one that's now going to be highlighted. Thanks, Katie. Look at that. That is what we're voting on, everyone, noting that number 3 is not there. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour of what you see highlighted on the screen? Aye. Against?
Aye.
All right, thank you, Pauline. So that is carried. Thank you very much. Right. We'll move on to number 12, Events and Festivals Sponsorship Fund. So who have we got? Lucy and Tanya, is it? Yep, good on you.
Can you put your mic on, Lucy?
Oh, it is.
Oh.
Am I not loud enough?
All right.
Too far away.
Okay.
Lean in. Project. Cool. So, and I've also got some members here from the Events and Arts team who are part of the assessment panel for the Events and Festivals Sponsorship Fund. So the Events and Festivals Sponsorship Fund opened in January 2024. After the fund closed in March, applications were assessed against the fund criteria and a peer review was completed. Events are aligned to being community, creative and culture, multicultural, sport and commercial to ensure a good mix of events, which is outlined in Attachment A. The events are assessed against event calendar alignment, environmental sustainability, community involvement, application standard, financial sustainability, as per the staff evaluation weightings, which is in Attachment B. The Events and Festivals Sponsorship Fund for financial year 24-25 was oversubscribed with 49 applications totalling at 1,422,462. 521,835 is on budget, less 154,500, which is already committed on the multi-year contracts. This leaves 367,335 available to allocate for the 24-25 financial year. The Events Discretionary Response Fund currently has $15,000 available to distribute. Staff are recommending this is allocated to the Events and Festivals Fund 24-25 to increase the total available for allocation this financial year through to the events and festivals, so it's 382,335. Now the LTP decisions and the impact on this report are as followed. The Christmas Show Parade is now funded through the Capital Endowment Fund. The Matariki Festival will be funded as part of the CCC funding for the Arts Centre. Tiny Festival, Youth Theatre and Under Milkwood are receiving funding through the CCC Arts and Culture Fund, and the Akaroa French Festival has received an underwrite through the LTP. Staff are yet to meet with Christchurch NZ and VO to provide advice to Council on the split of the event ecosystem funding, including the City Identity Fund. If an event from the Events and Festivals Fund is deemed to be a City Identity Fund, then the funds will be returned to the Events and Festivals Fund to be reallocated, which will be included in the staff advice. Open for questions.
Right, I'm happy to move this, and Councillor Peters is happy to second it. Any questions, Councillor Johansson?
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you've done on this. I just had a question around Polyfest. I note that they've sought considerably more than what we've recommended to fund, and also that that was quite successful in Hagley Park. So I just really wanted to understand if there's other things that we can do to support that event remaining in Hagley Park, and also with the not giving them as much funding, are there other things we can do to support that event to ensure that it can be a success like it was last year?
Yeah, absolutely. So there will be a meeting next week with the event organisers that has been organised to look at the event as a whole, where our contribution would align, and also what other contra opportunities there may be to ensure the success of it.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Phil, I've just got a quick question, if I may.
Yeah, far away. Yep.
If I can get it out. Just on the Fire on High, and I touched on this yesterday, is there any way that their event is not until the 31st of August, but they incur considerable, they've been recommended a decline, but they have considerable costs incurred with traffic management at $11,000, road closures $500, and fire department $900, and some security at $1,500. Is there any way that we can look at supporting them somehow in kind through council? Is there any avenue we can explore to help them?
Yeah, so the avenue that we've looked at for Fire and High, when we went through the request, was how we could look at some in-kind marketing support, which would reduce some of those marketing costs for the overall event.
Okay, what would that amount to? Very much? Or?
Not 100%. Yeah. I know there was a portion of it. I don't know. We haven't got
and there's
that
nothing
number
we
in
can
front
do
of us.
with nothing we can do with traffic management. I assume they're just closing that end of High Street off, are they?
Yeah, it will be a road closure cost. We have no control over traffic management companies and the fees that they charge. We can have a chat with the event organisers just to see what they have, what the quotes that they've got, or perhaps what other avenues might be available for them.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, like, what are their, I mean, the reasons for decline for this one are not that clear. It's really, I mean, you kind of stated that they applied for the whole amount. Is that the only reason they were declined, or was it just, because it does fit the criteria? Is there any other reason?
So I guess it came down to the fact that the fund was incredibly oversubscribed, as Lucy just outlined. The organisers of this event were exceedingly clear to us in an email correspondence stating that they did not require council funding. So when we were making the very hard decisions for allocation for the fund, we did have to take that into consideration.
Brilliant.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. Cheers.
Great. And we'll get on with it. Councillor Barber, please.
Yeah, mine's just a follow-up question from Councillor Johansson around Polyfest. Is it likely that there are other things that we can do for them, given the significance of Polyfest and its impact in our community?
Yeah, there are. I mean, marketing, like we touched on before, would be one of the areas. There's also some infrastructure that we own as council, so we may be able to look at where there are items where they don't need to hire out those particular items, or it's also looking at some of the rates that we can get and seeing if we can offset some of those costs as well.
Okay, that's encouraging. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Peters.
Thank you. Just touching back on that Polyfest, am I reading it right that they're actually getting an increase of funding in this year's round as opposed to last year?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and sorry, Councillor Harrison Hunt, please. And then we'll have a debate, maybe. All yours, Tyler.
Yeah, cheers. Kia ora. Back to the Polyfest thing. I had to ask it in public. I got told to ask it in public. Was around them being tier 1, but the scope of what they were accepted in is different. And even though they did get a bump up from last year, are there any other reasons why it was 20 in comparison to what could be a little bit higher?
So that's just based off the threshold that comes out in the event weightings, and then what costs we identify that we'll provide our supporting towards. So we looked at particular items. I think one was the staging. Is that right? And that's what made up that cost, and then it was in comparison to what we were providing other events of similar size and scale. There are some challenging aspects that we need to take into consideration when we assess the Polyfest application. A lot of their income that they receive is based on other grants that they receive from central government support and all of that, and the outcomes of that isn't known at the time. The information that we had when we assessed this application was based on the post-event budget from the 2023 event, which actually indicated over $65,000 in profit for the event. And then this year's event had a 12K profit. So that's just, it's variable, the amount of buffer that they do get, but it is based on the central government support. So the event organisers may not be overly clear on the exact amount of money that they require from council at the time of application.
Okay. And the last question, I got told to put it in public too, was around the funding policy and the tranches. This is the only opportunity I get to ask this question. Is to be clear that the Events and Festivals Fund is annually and it's done once, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when, do you know when, or would be able to get some staff update on when we're doing a review of those policies around the tranches, the timing of them, etc.?
So as we're doing it, provide an update ahead of the time.
Well, one of the biggest issues I've had so far, particularly in the multicultural space, is because a lot of these events, this window is so small in comparison to the size of the year. For example, say if there was an event in June 29th, which has happened this year, they then didn't have an opportunity to apply for the Events and Festivals Fund due to it being going into the next financial year in July 1st, for example. But it's so hard to look so far ahead. You're looking at about 350 days ahead. So I was wondering if there may be potential to just maybe get a staff update around when we're going to be reviewing policy, and maybe what I was thinking was looking at two tranches, splitting up the Events and Festivals Fund based on the percentage of events that are used within the year. But we can talk offline about that.
So, part of the community events implementation review that we completed recently, that's an area that has been identified. So when we do come to council with the refreshed community events implementation plan, that will be an area that will come up for review.
And when does it usually come?
So it's due to come to council. We'll let you know when it's put forward.
Okay, cool, thanks.
And Councillor Donovan, please.
Thanks for your work on this. Great lineup of events. I just have a question around Single Fin Mingle, which I know is a fantastic event. Are we looking at sort of some of those events which do have reasonably high ticket fees for some aspects of the event, whether they will be sustainable over the longer term, so other events that might have more of a, say, grassroots focus can come alongside? So sort of looking at the long-term plan for some of these groups to make sure that we're not funding things that are potentially commercially focused as well.
Yep, that's definitely something that we always keep in our focus, is the long-term projections for the events and whether or not they'll be able to become financially sustainable. This one in particular isn't necessarily on the radar, but we can certainly consider that going forward.
And I think particularly because there are a lot of events that might be coming through that do deliver a specific kind of similar focus, but might actually be more affordable for many groups to attend.
Thank you very much. Now, do we want? We don't. I hope debate. Of course you do. Thank you.
Yeah, there's just a couple of things I want to point out. As an 18-time participant in the Coast to Coast, I was a little bit disappointed that they didn't get funding. However, I do understand the reasons. It was mentioned in the Coast to Coast assessment that it's we have a minimal part of the event here in Christchurch, but it's actually the finish. It's watched globally. It's an event that's been finishing in our city for over 40 years. It puts us in a positive light. Unfortunately, the last few years there's been a lot of concern by the organising committee dealing with the New Brighton end that some of the infrastructure has not been up to scratch in terms of toilets and the general tidiness of the area. I know Joe Zervos, one of the local community board members, has constantly been on about it. So, I'm going to be speaking with Nigel Cox and his team about making sure that area looks fantastic for our global audience. Yeah, it's a wonderful event. It's been doing really, really well, and I think we should really try to celebrate those in any way we can. If we can't fund them, there's a lot of pressure on funding at the moment, then we should make sure that we're offering the backup services that make our city look good. And just in terms of Polyfest, I'm really pleased to see that they're receiving funding. I think this is an amazing event that we need to celebrate in our city and support them in any way we can. I think they're going to do a magnificent job yet again for our city. Cheers.
Thank you. Right, and I'll just say before I put it, Lucy and your team have done a fantastic job with all the added applications with the limited amount of money you had. I don't envy your position at all, so you've done well with what you've got. So I'll put this motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Thank you, that's carried. Brilliant. Okay, number 15. Now, this is just a bit of housekeeping, I'm led to believe. I'll move it, number 15. Councillor Donovan will second it. Is there any discussion or debate, or would anyone like to have any questions? Councillor Coker.
I don't remember what my question exactly was, but it was it was just in relation to because this is obviously in relation to council, but I was wondering in terms of like our council controlled organisations, does this apply to that, or anything like that? Like, does it go any wider than that? Or say someone who worked for one of our companies had concerns about council, would they be protected? That kind of thing.
I'd say in general, anybody with concerns about council's operations, we're going to engage with them in good faith around what their concerns might be. This is really focused on council and council's operations specifically.
So they will have their own policies in place. If we get an issue, we do hand it over, but we don't deal with it. We would hand it. If somebody came into us about one of our companies, we'd go back to them, giving them the way that they could make it to a company.
Yeah, and I guess it's a question about if you say you work for a particular council company, and I know this isn't really relevant completely like you just said, but if someone was to work for one of our companies and had concern about maybe another company, council, or the overarching, I would like to know more about that, I guess is my point. Yeah.
Sorry, I think I just missed the end of that.
We could get CCHL to talk about that when they come in. We'll get CCHL to talk about that when they come in.
Sure, thanks.
Okay. B, do you want to?
Oh, no, I was just going to add that each organisation has its own protected disclosures, and it is controlled by legislation, and there's a particular procedure. We would support anybody who came in the appropriate way, but it would be in the first instance back to the relevant organisation.
Okay. Righto, so we've got a mover and seconder. Is there any debate anyone wants to hear? No, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. That's carried. Okay, number 16, Draft Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan 2024. Hey, Tony? Because I'm on the mayoral forum, I'm more than happy to. Am I not coming here? No, I'm not. I'll move it. And Councillor, someone is going to second it. Okay, Councillor Tim will second it. Fire away, mate.
Sure, I've just got a very short introduction and then I'll welcome your questions after that. So thank you. So the purpose of this report is to seek your endorsement of the Canterbury Draft Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan ahead of the mayoral forum approval and implementation of the actions over the next few years. On September 23, this council endorsed the high-level framework guiding this plan, its visions, principles and objectives. The plan's vision, of course, is to a thriving, climate resilient, low emission Canterbury. Funding to support the implementation of this plan was approved in the long-term plan, and to date all partner councils have offered funding that was requested of them as well. So we have a fully supported plan, which is great. The Canterbury Mill Forum has identified climate change as a key priority for the region. The Mill Forum then established a staff working group and councillor reference group to develop a joint climate action plan for the region. Kerry Graydon, myself, and Councillor Seo Timmerton represented our council on the working groups and reference groups. This plan has been shaped over many months by staff and councillors representing every council in the region. It has been informed by the 2022 Regional Climate Risk Assessment. Some of you may remember that document. By public feedback received through the Let's Pick a Path consultation that Environment Canterbury ran throughout the region, gathering views from the public, and also informed by Naitau, who fed in towards the end, gave us some feedback on the document, and it's trying to weave in more treaty-based approaches in the actions. So the plan contains 10 actions and 19 sub-actions that will benefit Christchurch. And I've just got some examples of those projects, if that's okay. Mm-hmm. So action 1 will provide a deeper understanding of the climate risks for human, economic and natural environment domains. So just a deeper understanding of those risks. Our current approach really looked at the physical changes of climate change rather than the human economic implications. It'll create an emissions reduction pathway for the region, which will help us in our district emission reduction planning. It will also help us prioritise investments in nature. Action 4 is looking at creating a blue-green network, and part of that is a $14 million bid to MB to develop some new tools to help adopt nature-based solutions to climate resilience. Action 5 is about informing our community about the climate-related risks, but also encouraging them to take action on climate change through the It's Time Canterbury communications approach. And Action 8 will explore funding options for local climate action and have joint advocacy to government on resourcing needs of local councils. So I welcome your questions.
Okay. Councillor Johansson.
Thank you. Like I read through the actions and I look at this as being like Environment Canterbury's work, and I'm kind of questioning why we're being asked to fund regional initiatives when, you know, we can't get as we've hardly had a single cent from the regional partners to things like regional facilities, for example. So I'm just trying to understand like the value of this investment into funding things that are already underway, responsibility of others, when we've got our own programs that we're struggling to fund around things like, if you look at some of the actions like the ecology goals, for example, and we've just heard this morning another example of where we don't have, you know, district plan changes to protect the environment. So yeah, I'm just trying to understand like the benefit of us putting this funding in to things that are other people's responsibility when we've got our own funding challenges and things that we could do that would have a more direct impact to meeting the actions.
So just a reminder that the funding has been approved in a long-term plan to support this partnership plan. So that's you've made a decision around approving that funding for that. In terms of the benefits, obviously we are part of Canterbury and we're connected to the economy and you know many of the climate change impacts flow across the region. So if we're adopting catchment-based approaches to managing, for example, flood risks, then that's a handy thing to do in terms of regional scale activity. Likewise, biodiversity. I mean, you are right. Some of the components of this work, you could say, Environment Canterbury should be doing themselves, and they have agreed to project manage all this work and are driving internal. They've got their own climate change action plan as well for the region as well. So that's in complement to this. So when this plan was being developed, all of the councils didn't want to see it duplicating councils' efforts. They wanted to see it complement those efforts. And so many of the actions are sort of fundamental in nature. They're sort of data gathering and analysis and support of local council actions. So in terms of the benefits of that for us, I mean, we are lucky we're a large council in the region and we have you know, reasonable resources, but we have committed only modest resources to support this in terms of staff resources. So we're not looking to take away from our own climate change work. We're just looking to support the actions where we can and get the benefits that can be delivered to our community through that means.
So can I just understand, what's the total cost of the project or the implementation?
Yep.
How much are we contributing compared to what the others are contributing?
So the Mayoral Forum has a basis, I think it's population based. So the total project costs over the next 4 years is $1.47 million. We are contributing $301,000 over the next 3 years.
Right. And is there an actual, like, I appreciate we've got it in the LTP through our activity plan budget, but is there an actual specific, some specific things that we can see where our funding's going? Like, what are we actually paying for? Because when I look at, like, a number of the actions, again, like, it's either stuff that we're already doing, or it's stuff that other councils are doing or ECAN's doing. So I'm just trying to understand specifically if we know what specific projects we're being asked to contribute funding towards. And like, is there a budget breakdown that we can get circulated?
Sure, I understand. So if you look at at the end of the document, end of the plan, there are some tables set out there. And so they do show the projects that are proposed and then indicative costs for their overall program of work. So that's a place to look for who's leading the work, what the work entails, and the costs related to those pieces of work. But in terms of your question, really, we've been asked to invest in the whole package. All the councils met through the reference group, and they all agreed that we're all in on all projects. So it wasn't just picking a few specific projects. It was the partnership is being asked to, the partners are being asked to come together and invest in a regional climate action plan, which is what's been in front of you now, and all of the councils agreed to put funding in to support those actions rather than picking specific actions to fund.
Thank you. Right, we've got two questions. Councillor Coco and then Councillor Keown. You're all done? Debate. Okay. Councillor Keown.
Mine's possibly a little bit of a follow-on from Yanni's because the money was spending and stuff. But in the regional climate actions, there's 10 actions there. I'm trying to, and so you can highlight what's the best one. Which ones actually reduce our emissions out of all of those and have an impact on the environment?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Thank you.
So highlight them because which would you say is the best sell there?
The best sell. So most of the actions do have a resilience component to them. So most of them are about adaptation, but there is one specific to greenhouse gas emissions, which is Action 2.
Yep.
And so Action 2 is going to be crafting an emissions reduction pathway for the region. Of course, we're part of that region. So it'll be looking at the greenhouse gas emissions generated by the region and then seeing what are the key levers we can pull and the pathway that we can develop in partnership with stakeholders to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across the region. So clearly farming is a big part of that, and so to transport and energy. The footprint is in the plan, in the introductory context of the plan. You can see the regional footprint. So that is a particular focus on greenhouse gas emission reduction, and it's a significant project. Another significant project is Project 1, which relates to having an adaptation and risk tool being put across the whole region. We've been working here locally in Christchurch with a group called Urban Intelligence to develop a risk explorer tool, and we have been understanding the sea level rise and flood risks and the impact of that on our assets and our communities. That tool is now going to be taken across the whole of the region. So that's of interest to us because we are connected to the communities in the region, and if we're all using similar tools and approaches, it'll actually help being more consistent with our risk management approaches across the region. So that's another significant piece of work. And then the third piece that's quite significant is the nature-based solutions, that is Action 4. And that is, at the heart of that, it's to say, where does nature occur across the region, and how can nature best protect people and property if we are reinforcing it from a resilience point of view. So an example of that might be a sand dune or a wetland or riparian planting along riverways or planting on hillsides. So the idea is to say, what is the key opportunities throughout the entire region, including Christchurch District, to reinforce nature to help, of course, biodiversity itself, but also to protect people and property from climate risks.
Right. So, but I would have thought all of that one especially is already being done when you look at what our parks and rivers team are already doing. I would have thought that's the case.
So definitely, we've got obviously our parks team are very active in that area, and we've been, of course, supporting, the Avon River is an example of that, the Otaka Avon River project. But we've been putting in riparian planting in the gullies around Banks Peninsula as well. So you are right. There's things we are doing. This though is a New Zealand first, because we have got some very smart tools being created alongside this to better inform our decision making, so we can pinpoint the best places to do these interventions.
Right.
Thank you. Right, we'll go into debate. Righto then.
Thank you. I'm just probably picking up.
Sorry, that's a question. Sorry.
Question. Yep. Councillor Keown's questions around the nature-based solutions bit of work. So the funding that we are putting in, so this is develop the program work, but then in terms of the implementation of that within council, for instance, what does that process look like? Does a report come to council? Because if we are looking at implementing nature-based solutions outside of an area that we might actually have funding to do that work, how will we do that work?
Yes, you're right. So again, these are enabling sort of systems. They're not requiring councils to act in any particular way. So they're going to provide guidance for local government and guidance for landowners about how to restore nature in a way which gives us the best dividends from a resilience point of view. So it is, as you rightly pointed out, up to individual councils throughout the region to invest in the solutions that are being proposed.
And just a quick follow-up, in terms of the Risk Explorer tool, which sounds fantastic, is there some application of the use of technology to look at mapping those areas in terms of, is that part of what it will be doing? Mapping areas of, so if we're looking at areas where we can get the best bang for buck in terms of investment for nature-based responses to climate change and biodiversity, will we be looking at mapping out those areas? And
That's
getting that
correct,
information?
yes, it's a mapping exercise.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, good as gold. Right, I'm going to throw it out to debate, and Councillor Coker is first off the blocks.
Look, thanks very much for the report. Look, I'll always support working with other councils, especially on issues that concern us all, and particularly when we're all aligned and desire the same outcomes. I think we should always be looking to partner with our neighbouring councils, as we don't exist in a vacuum, and climate change is happening to all of us. In the report, it says that one of the aims, the high-level aims, is to strengthen collaborations and build greater capacity throughout the region. We should be supporting that. And it also talks about not duplicating local action and complementing, not duplicating the efforts of other council established groups, etc. So I can't see how there'll be any issue with supporting this. I think it's fantastic that we've got ECAN sort of leading this, and we can use their resources to work for the future for everyone. So thanks.
Okay, I'll just throw my 5 bobs. Aaron?
But I think half the rooms.
Okay, who would like the next? Councillor Templeton.
Kia ora. Like Councillor Coker, I'm completely in favour of councils working together. It's really important that we have a regional approach. The Canterbury economy is entirely reliant on having a stable climate and in adapting to change over time and working together to do that. Political boundaries are just that. They're political, and the climate doesn't care where they are. So I think it's important that we work together both on adaptation and on mitigation. My earlier reluctance is in the ability for this plan to actually make meaningful change. I think that working together, developing tools, all of those kind of things are good. But I think that the measure of success for this plan shouldn't be, did we write a plan? It should be, did we reduce emissions? Did we make our communities more resilient? And I think that's the key concern I have going forward. I know that the Mayoral Forum members, the Mayors of Canterbury are the same members of the Regional Land Transport Committee, which also signed off on a plan that had really good intentions around climate change, around reduction of emissions, but the actual work program that was signed off there increased emissions. And so the follow through is really important on this. Will the plan actually reduce emissions? And I think getting regular reporting on the adaptation work on the ground and the emissions reduction is more important than did we write a plan. Thanks.
Okie dokie. Anyone else have their Councillor Johansson?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think at some stage we just need to recognise that we have enormous challenges, and especially in terms of resourcing, of actually doing things. And I think the frustration is that we seem to be in this continuous cycle of coming up with plans while losing sight of the key thing is, what are we doing that reduces emissions? And, you know, we talk about nature-based solutions, and if you read through this document, there's a lot of wonderful things in it. Develop a blue-green network plan for Canterbury. Well, the reality is that ECAN does a regional policy statement, and they do a regional plan, and we've got a Greater Christchurch spatial plan, and we've got an urban development strategy. We've got a number of things that should be doing this work already. And in fact, if you look down to the actions, what you can see out of just about, there's only one thing that we have direct lead on, and it said that we will, the cost to us is staff time. So effectively, we're giving money to other organisations who refuse to contribute to kaha, the single biggest cost, right? They've said, no, wait till it's built, and then we'll have the conversation about operational costs, but we won't contribute to it. We've got regional facilities like Arana Park not getting contributions from some of these others. And I just feel that, like, if we look at what's happening on the ground in some of our communities, actually what we need, and we heard this morning, we heard from a local community board, you've got industrial development that's having an adverse impact on our ecology, on our urban waterways, and on local residents, that we don't have the resources to do the planning required to actually improve the situation. We heard from them that we don't have tsunami evacuation plans in place. And yet, if you read this, it says we're going to give money to others to do work to help them, and we don't seem to have the own resource for it to help ourselves, to do the things that people in our community are asking for. So there's a lot of really good stuff in here. I just can't see why we should be, as a city, funding others to do work that benefits them, that they should have responsibility for, recognising that we have a number of things that we need to do as a city that we are not currently doing, that is leading to our urban waterways being degraded, is leading to a loss of our valuable ecology because we don't have the resources, and yet we've got resources to fund others to do similar things in their areas. So appreciate the work that's gone into this. I do think at some stage we need to have a conversation around all these different bureaucratic structures we have in Canterbury and Greater Christchurch and decision making, because it does seem to me that we're simply funding a lot of things going round in circles. And I know we've got a housing report back. Where's the money that's been put towards the social housing action plan that has been repeatedly delayed? And that's another one that, I think we should be getting a clear contribution from our partners. So I won't support this today. I am against us putting in the funding to this. We've got other priorities that would make a much better impact.
Okay, so we have no more years of debate?
That's quite bold of you, Yanni. My issue with things like this is that so much work goes into it, and there's some great bits in the plan, but I would prefer that $300,000 a year was replanting the gullies on Banks Peninsula. The sooner that grows back, the better, and working around some more of our waterways. I live in the Paradise, which is the northwest of Christchurch, so things are pretty close to perfection there. I'm just waiting to see a dude walking around only wearing a fig leaf. It's that good. But there's other parts of the city that need help and some work, and so there seems to be this pushback, and a number of you here wouldn't have heard it, but from members of the public that think that anything labelled climate change is just going to cost money and not deliver much. And like when you have the big meetings where the COP meetings where 100,000 people turn up in their jets and stuff like that and talk about reducing the world's emissions. Whereas there's real people on the ground here that can do stuff for the environment. So the more I think we frame stuff around the environmental outcomes, and if there was in here measures to see the reductions, and I know things do start with a plan and things like that, and some of the greatest environmental achievements we have in this city did start with plans. You know, they were once a map of a paddock, which are now stunning waterways and plantings, and so I do get that, but I am still worried that you've only got to say the words climate change and people get out their checkbook because they think they're saving the planet, and you know, are they? I don't know if they are sometimes, and so I'm just speaking up for people that would rather see more impact on actual environmental outcomes, because we're not pulling much plastic out the ocean as a council, and we're not clearing the air enough.
I'll say the last bit. We've got Greater Christchurch Partnership, which works well. It advocated for the money from the government for motorways in and out of town, spatial plan, all sorts of things, good things that we're doing. The other thing that I'm on is Canterbury Mural Forum. Now, we are the biggest group in the Mural Forum, and we need to lend our weight to this sort of thing because they are our neighbours as well, don't forget. Now, one thing I always hear, and it always goes back to it at Canterbury Mural Forum meetings, is let's get stop banks built bigger to stop rivers flowing out all over the place like it does when it rains like buggery and the water comes over State Highway 1. The issue we need to do is actually, in a lot of places, the bed of the river is higher than the surrounding ground. The only thing that's holding it in there is the stop banks. We should get in there and actually take the gravel out of it, because every cubic metre that comes out, not wholesale destruction of everything in there, just get some out of there, because every cubic metre of gravel that comes out of a river is a cubic metre more water that can stay in it when it's flooding. So this is the stuff that I like, and I like to work with all the other mayors because they're all great people, and I really like going there, so it's good. So I'm certainly supporting this because we're working together, and Tony, you've done a really good presentation and answered the questions very well, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. Right. Community Social Housing Update Report. Kate, very good to see you. I was talking to our very best friend, Minister Bishop, yesterday.
Thank you, Mayor. Keep it up.
Yeah. So we're just going to we'll have a brief upfront presentation, mainly because there was a couple of, speaking of Minister Bishop, there was a couple of announcements from HUD that have come out since the report's been written, but worthwhile having some discussion on. So, Lisa, can you hit to the next slide? Okay. Just some of the highlights of where we are at the moment. We've got the 1,900 units, and we are also trying to report on bedrooms, as we've indicated before. When we're building back now, we are not always building back single bedroom units. We're doing a mixture, and that means we're potentially housing more than what the straight number of units compared to pre-earthquake times were. Second thing we're at is we're currently at 54% of the portfolio with the income-related rent subsidy, which is really good. It's well above what we anticipated. But we will come back to that point because there's some policy changes that are occurring that may have some impacts on that. And we're currently forecasting, waiting for the final end of year situation. Social housing is all funded from the rents that we get from the residents, from the tenants, and from the additional rent we get from OCHT. That goes into a fund. That fund balance is looking at about 2.775 million at the end of the year. That is probably about the minimum we'd want to keep because we try and keep a certain amount of that fund available for emergency purposes, particularly insurance claims where we have a deductible of 250,000 per event. So it doesn't take much. We've had 2 fires already this winter. They're potentially, that's 500,000 we have to take out of that fund to meet those deductibles. So just go to the next slide. And perhaps Kate, I'll get you to talk to 2 of these photos.
So on the screen you'll see our latest development that we opened just a couple of weeks ago. It's Carey Street, and those councillors who have been on council for a while will know that Carey Street has been attempted to be an exemplar development for many years. It used to have 32 bed sit units there. It now has 40 townhouses, but actually overall we have 104 bedrooms. And this is the first development that we've done, and I think it's the first nationally actually, where we've got a range of affordable housing products. So we've got social housing, affordable rentals at 80% of market, and we've got first home opportunities that are subsidised by the Trust.
Yep. So the other photos there from the Trust are the Willard Street development. And another group that we are working with and helping facilitate is Kaingamaha, who have got a development in Beresford Street in New Brighton. Again, that is a mixture of social and affordable, but also market in that case product. They have started and commenced construction on phase 1 of that project. Our facilitation role here, we originally owned this property and then on-sold it through DCL and Christchurch NZ eventually to Kaingamaha. And we're also using our case management services to help support and facilitate the easy and efficient development there. Next one. Segue from Councillor Hanson, we have been working on the Greater Christchurch Joint Housing Action Plan. So a couple of the key points that the team in the community housing team of Lisa is working on. One of those actions was mapping the areas, and we've supplied that and making that available to help identify potential sites for further affordable housing development. We're also doing work on how we can expand the OCHT model into other councils, and I'll be coming to do a seminar session with you at the end of July on that point. We've done a little bit of work on various other products, but that's still underway, and there is also work more from the planning scheme area, which John and his team are leading with the other councils and preparing advice on that. So we're making good progress on the Greater Christchurch Joint Housing Action Plan. So just turning now to the more recent announcements. So late last week, HUD made some announcements on new funding and also on the redirect capping. So I'll hand over to Kate just to talk about the new funding.
The new funding is fantastic for New Zealand, actually. 500 new places around New Zealand for areas of high need. So 4 of those areas are in the North Island, but Christchurch, Auckland and Wellington have also been included. And just to let you know, there were no new places for Christchurch, so this is fantastic news. It's about working with government, with Kaina Ora, to identify families that are stuck in motels and finding a pathway for them to get into new social housing. So that's the new funding. There's also another 1,000 places that will become available from 1 July 2026 to June 27.
And OCHT will be working through what's already in their pipeline to see what's really suitable for applications, and we'll also be working with them to identify their end-of-life complexes that we can transfer across. For instance, you've already made that decision on Andrews Crescent, and whether we can get a development that meets those government criteria and we can get that funding. The second point relates to the income-related rent subsidy and a process called redirects. So redirect happens when a unit that is occupied by somebody who's on an assisted rental, which in our case is essentially those tenants who have been there since 2016, who pay it's about 55 to 60% of a market rental. when that comes available for letting, in the past, we've taken, or OCHT has taken people off the wait list and have been successful, and I think pretty much in all cases, successful in getting an income rate related rent for those tenants, which is 25% of income. So quite often a drop in what the rent is paid by the tenant, and there's a subsidy that tops it up, and that subsidy has helped improve the financial sustainability of the portfolio. So the announcement last week is that we are capped now on that, and we believe that we probably won't see very many more of those redirects occurring. So that's going to put some pressure on us financially. So initially, from a council perspective, in the short term, we don't see that there will be very much impact because of the way that the lease arrangement with OCHT is. We've got a maximum rent and we're already at that, and that won't change. There will be potential impacts on OCHT in the short term. In the medium term, though, there will be an issue because OCHT won't be able to build up their surpluses and have equity to invest in redevelopments, which slows down our redevelopment pathway. So we'll start working with Kate and her team to see, well, what are the options that we can and do there, and we'll bring back some options to you because, essentially the model that we've had since 2016 with the recent policy changes is starting to come under real pressure. So we'll need to come back to you with options on how we handle that.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
It's not all bad news. When we were set up, one of the things that was done on behalf of council was modelling what would it take in terms of receiving IRRS rentals. What percentage of the portfolio would need to receive that kind of rental to be sustainable? And the modelling showed 25% was what was needed. What we've done over the last 8 years is gone as quickly as we can, and we've got council's portfolio up now to 55% are on that rental. And our discussions, this is not yet policy, we're expecting something to happen in the next 3 weeks, but our discussion has been about retaining that number rather than a sinking lid. So as people leave, we can still put people in on what is an affordable rental. And talking with Bruce and Lisa about some other options for homes that come up that be over and above that cap.
So sorry, we haven't got further information at this stage, but it's been rapidly developing since we heard this information on Thursday. So now over to you, Mr. Mayor, for any questions.
Councillor Johansson.
Cool. Thank you for the update. I'm just looking at the Housing Action Plan Phase 1 and see a number of the actions are due for completion in 2024.
Yep.
But when I read the report, it's quite hard to see the actions that we've agreed in Phase 1, how the progress has been happening. Is there another way of monitoring the Housing Action Plan where we can see what work has been done?
If you look at the attachment to the report, which looks at our own community housing strategy, that's reporting information in a different format. Would something along those lines be helpful?
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing is that the chart for the Housing Action Plan has a lot more detail.
Yeah.
But what in the report that we've got, if I take one, mapping council owned site with potential for housing, and then it says, councils to produce a list. There's no understanding of when are we going to get that list, what work has been complete, what work is outstanding, what's the target date.
So we're happy to put it in that format, which has got more information. In terms of that action, council has completed its part of that, and ECAN is currently doing that mapping. The other ones that we are taking the lead on is the potential for extending the scope of where OCHT operates, and as I said, we have a briefing for you end of July on that matter.
Yeah, and are you able just to update us on what's happened to the investigation into the introduction of inclusionary zoning by all three councils? And do we have a sense of how much other councils' resource has gone into meeting these actions as well?
Yep. So we've certainly had some discussions with them at the moment, the various technical experts, and they're more in the planning team, so John's teams, are working together to come up with some options on that, whether it is in traditional land-based inclusionary zoning or whether it's a financial contribution. John, do you have any time frame on that work?
Not at this stage. It's just in the early stages of that piece of work. It is complex, so it's taking time.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Just, I mean, I guess the final question would just be around number 8, which is to develop a monitoring and evaluation framework to track progress. Has that been done, or when are we likely to get that?
Not so far. We'll have some discussions with Tracy, who's would be leading that. She's had a staff change in that area, so we'll have those discussions with her about the timing for that.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is, we're receiving this report. It's always good to have you guys all in here and telling us how good things are going, and it always is. My best time was at OCHT on that board, so thank you once again for what you do. I know the Minister was extremely impressed of what we're doing at Carey Street, and I think we're going to see some assistance along those lines going forward, so that's very good to hear. So with that, I'll put... The mover is me and the seconder is Sarah. So yes, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, that is carried. And we will be back at quarter... Thank you, Pauline. We will be back at 2:15 after lunch. Gentlemen,
I was hoping we didn't.
well, if you step out, we might not have a quorum. But if we go really quick, dare I say it. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are now talking about item number 18, the Climate Change Portfolio Lead Report from the Portfolio Leader. Sarah, fire away, mate.
Kia ora. Apologies for the lateness of the report. A couple of months late due to an arm and a cast and then LTP getting in the way. I know, outrageous. Yeah. It's the third report. It's pretty straightforward. It's good to see that we've got the adaptation working group minutes in there now. Last term they weren't made public on a regular basis, but we want to make sure that the adaptation planning process that we're going through at the moment is really transparent and that people are getting up to speed on what's happening in that process ahead of things coming to council later this year for approval before they go out for final consultation, and then hopefully council sign off on the community-led adaptation plan. Across the country, councils have been increasingly using deliberative forums, citizens' juries, those kind of things to help on some of the more contentious issues and some of the really big ones facing cities. And so this report asks council to seek some advice on using a deliberative forum as part of the engagement for the Christchurch Transport Plan. And I'm just expecting that advice would come to us as part of the staff report when we approve the transport plan for consultation. And similar on the use of the Climate Adaptation Fund. So this is an intergenerational fund, and having the community being well informed about it and helping to inform the terms of use is something that's been used in other councils as well. CCHL and CIAL are going through a process of their climate-related disclosures, their mandatory ones, for the first time, looking at the risks to the organisations with different climate change scenarios. Our staff have indicated that they're doing a similar piece of work at the moment, and they said that in their last report, and I think that it'd be great for councillors to have a really good understanding of the risks facing us as an organisation, rather than the broader risk screening that happens district-wide. Actually, when it comes to the physical risks to council assets, but also the transition risks around various policies, what they might mean for us, and the opportunities in that as well. One other thing of note is that there's a working group being set up at Parliament to look at the adaptation space, and getting national direction on that's really important. Local councils tend to have been a bit excluded from the input, apart from giving feedback on stuff that's been developed in Wellington, and so it would be really good if we could write to the Minister and say, listen, local councils are going to be the ones implementing this. We need early input, not just giving feedback to something that's been developed already. And so I think that local government input into that would be really important. And of interest, the MBA program at University of Canterbury has got Rod Carr talking at the piano in a couple of weeks' time on the wider on the economy and business when it comes to Canterbury, and you can get free tickets online. There's a link to those. So, yeah, that's most of it.
Right, Councillor Henstock.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Sarah. Can I just take you back to the deliberative forum?
Yeah.
Can I just clarify, are you asking for them staff to give us a separate advice report on that, or just as the transport plan comes to us for it to be included in the consultation options at that time?
Yeah.
So it's not a separate piece of work?
Not a separate report. It should just be included in the advice that, the report that's coming to us for the adoption. Yeah.
Okay, and then so you've got it in there twice on number 3 and number 4.
Yeah.
So again, it's not a separate report. And
no, we've asked, as part of the LTP, we asked for staff to come and work on that one. So,
in the you provided a link to what was happening in Auckland and Wellington in the deliberative forum space, that link didn't click through to anything. Can you send
that might have been a formatting thing, but yeah.
Yep.
I
Can you send that through? And have you had any conversations with the comms staff around that? Because I can't recall the deliberative forum coming up when the comms team spoke to us about how they were going to be changing things up going forward.
It's been talked about, format, various versions of it have been talked about in the past, but because they hadn't kind of been used elsewhere, there was a bit of a reluctance around this table in a previous iteration of council to look at it. But now that I think that now that other councils have had a go and had some really good feedback from their communities on it, they're a process that helps build trust. I think these ones are much at a lower level than we'd discussed previously, and I've had some conversations with staff and one of the team leaders who was running the Auckland process as well.
Great. It'd be helpful if you could send that through separately so we can just have a look at that, because I couldn't read it from your requisite. The other thing I wanted to comment on was, perhaps this is for Mary rather than you, at 5.17 you referenced writing a submission on behalf of the council due to a lack of staff capacity. Have we got an issue with this team that we haven't got capacity to do some of these work streams? And is it, I'm not sure about the message that this is sending out to the public if we've got elected members doing staff's work on submissions. Can I just get some clarity around whether that was something Sarah had input into, or whether you actually just did the whole thing? I'm concerned about that from two aspects.
So we can probably respond to that when we come back with the work program. I think we will need to prioritise some of the work program in terms of what staff are doing in terms of advice, reports, submissions, etc. And I think I mentioned during the LTP that we would be coming back with a work program that would allow you to prioritise the issues and where you want staff effort to go. On this particular situation, I wasn't aware of, so you might be able to give some more.
Yeah, so the submission ended up being attached to Phil's last MES report as a way of getting it onto the agenda. Indications from staff at the time were that there was not capacity because they were doing so many other things, and so that had to prioritise, and that had sort of dropped off the prioritisation, and so I believed it was important for us to have a submission because it talked to things that council is involved in that will impact council. You might remember the submission was quite brief. It was just kind of 3 paragraphs, one on each of the key consultation points that they were asking about.
So were we told at the time when that was attached to the Mayor's report that the submission was prepared by an elected member and not by staff?
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to look in on is, sorry, I'm just scrolling through your recommendation number 6 about signing the open letter from Climate Liberation Aotearoa. We've got clear advice from staff not to do that, so I'm keen to understand what's going on there.
Yeah, so there's 2 things. One is, I guess, a bit of a wording thing where, it's not been written by professionals who, write submissions and those kind of things. But it is from a mix of community groups who have come to council asking us, so we've taken a look at it. One of staff's key concerns was that actually there was one thing that we hadn't necessarily made a decision on that we were asked, and so I've put in there a proviso that council supports the gross emissions reductions over carbon offsetting, because the letter itself says including supporting carbon offsetting. The letter itself isn't clear on whether carbon offsetting kind of is the be-all and end-all, but council's position that we signed off in Kia Tūroa Te Ao, the climate resilience strategy, is that gross emissions come first and offsetting is only for hard-to-abate emissions. And so I had a quick chat to Mary about that, and you were sort of comfortable that piece go in. Yeah.
So have we heard from staff on that when they gave us a very clear direction not to sign the letter? Are there any other aspects of that
So
remain
the
the
staff
same?
who are here asked them to come down is
thank you.
There, yeah.
Thank you. Firstly, staff advice stands. as it is. That particular point, yes, that clarifies that particular point that we provided advice on. So it does correct our position on that. So that's good. But the rest of our advice still stands, but that's really a decision for council to determine whether they want to sign that letter or not.
As an alternative, could we sign it as individuals rather than a council as a collective?
Well, that would absolutely be an option. That way it's not council signing, but individual elected members signing on their own status. Yep. That would be a good option.
Sorry, so Councillor Peters, question.
Thank you. Just picking up on point 4.5 in your report there, Sarah, around the Christchurch transport plan, and it's due to go out for consultation second half of this year. In the LTP, we kicked the NZTA funding transport can down the road, and it'll be coming back in that sort of time frame.
Yep.
Would it be likely that we'd be consulting on those sort of together and in conjunction with each other rather than two separate?
Yeah, that will definitely be separate. So the transport plan is the overall strategic direction of how we want the transport system to develop in the future, and the long-term plan kind of proxy decisions that we'll make in September or October are just which individual projects we'll do at the time. That decision, of course, was only made last week, and this report was written before then, and so it might be that staff recommend that we'll have to work out exactly when that happens.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
It is good to get that transport plan consulted on this year, though, I think, and it was supposed to be consulted on in 2022, and it was deferred due to the election. If we leave it till next year, it's likely to be deferred again because of the election. So actually getting it done this year and making it less political is probably a really good idea, and having the community input into it. So mostly communities don't get much of a chance to really fully interrogate the information within something, and only those kind of experts and those kind of things have a good say on something like a transport plan. But a deliberative forum would allow community members kind of that are more representative of the whole community to have a really good understanding of the plan, and then like make a recommendation or give feedback to council to help inform as part of the engagement process, rather than just reading a document online and giving feedback. So they'd be able to ask lots of questions and interrogate and discuss things in groups. So they're quite a good way of getting really well-informed information from the community.
Councillor Kewen.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. One is because I haven't seen it, but it's not a term I don't get out much, so it's not a term I was familiar with, and that is the deliberative forum. Yeah. So what's the definition of that? Because I did a Google, but I was getting different answers. So what's your vision on that?
Yeah, well, that's what I was just talking about.
Yep.
So it's one of those ones where you can have an overall thing, which is what I was just talking about, it's the overall idea, but then you have to customise it for your particular consultation, your particular community. There is no one size fits all with those ones, so it would be something that would fit within the timeframes we've got, within the resources we've got, and we'd get advice on that.
Okay. And then, yeah, so they'll kind of explain what it would look like when we get that back.
Yeah.
So, yeah, support that coming back. And your other one, intergenerational equity, what does that mean? Because there's multiple versions online of what that is.
Yeah, so spreading out the costs fairly across time. So in council at the moment, we do some things where we put in infrastructure that is going to last a long period of time. So Te Kaha, for example, and so we borrow for that. And so because people in 20 years' time and 30 years' time will be getting the benefit from it, we spread that cost over a longer period of time.
Yeah, no.
But
no,
the reverse of that, is that not the reverse. Another way of looking at that, especially when it comes to adaptation, is that there are people who are currently around who have caused an issue and caused some damage to the environment. And it's probably fair that those people start paying for the solutions rather than future generations paying for a damage they didn't commit. So, if that makes sense.
Right, okay. And then another one there is 4.6, the cutting of the over $1 billion of key sustainable transport projects. I thought they were being cut because they didn't stack up. And the one that was on there that was the most interesting was the mass rapid transport at 833 million on here. But in the press, it said that it could be up to 6 billion.
The funding that has been cut was the fund is 833 million at that time.
So that's not the actual train, is it? That's
no, it wasn't fully funded at that stage. So they've cut the funding that was there within that 10-year plan.
Right,
yeah.
That clarifies that, which leads me to my other one around the, we got our update, and I'm not sure, I think they should be more regular, but on how we're getting on reducing our carbon footprint, because as a city, we've spent north of $1 billion and not moved the dial. So when would people expect to see those reports coming back and that dial moving?
Well, you remember that just a month or two ago we had the report on our city's emissions, and that you asked the question of staff at the time, and they gave you quite a good answer on that one. But it does take time, but also that it's hard, like in any circumstance. So if we hadn't spent the money we've got now, how much more would it have gone up than we currently are? So it might be that we haven't made it go down, but that it's not going up as quickly. So we're kind of at a balance point now for the city.
Right.
So it's kind of stabilised, and we'd expect it to start going down if we kept investing. If we stopped investing, then things start to go back up again. That's like most things.
Yeah, okay. I was hoping to see more measurable.
That's in a different report to this. That's not what my report's about. The portfolio holder is just an advocate for climate action, basically. The actual detailed reports on carbon emissions and that kind of stuff comes through the organisation. Okay,
and then my final one, just a quick one, on the signing of the letter, the number 6, that has an impact on the port company, and potentially, well, definitely a financial one. How does that reconcile with your position on CCHL as a director? Is that not you're kind of asking for us to support? Not that the government will listen, but if they were to, and bring in all those costs, that would affect the port company and our investment in that wharf.
This is just already in line with what council's already kind of indicated. So I'm not asking for kind of much more than that.
Oh, okay. Has the council?
The council's already indicated to the government that we should be including all the emissions from cruise ships and those kind of things. We've already submitted on that.
Oh yeah. But it also says to charge for them.
Yeah, but that's bringing them into the emissions trading scheme that where you would get all of the various emissions and things through fuel use, that kind of stuff would be captured as part of the ETS.
Right, so it doesn't reduce emissions, just money goes around for it.
Well, you'd think that, like with most things, if you start charging more for something, people start reducing their use, and because the prices go up, that kind of stuff.
Or they have to work more hours, which creates more.
But you'll remember that when the group came to us, what they were specifically asking for was for luxury emissions to be cut at the port, not for general shipping, for exports, that kind of stuff. So it's that sort of luxury stuff that's kind of discretionary that people don't really need to do.
Or we clean it up.
Yeah. Okay, I've got one question, two. Because we said about emissions from aeroplanes, and this is just following on from that. I went out to the airport talking to them the other day, and they said they only have to measure their emissions from a plane coming from, we'll say Sydney, once it gets down below 1,000 feet. So whether that does, but then that made me start thinking about it. When do we start measuring a cruise ship coming into the harbour? Is it at the heads, or is it when it leaves Brazil? So because if we're looking to get our greenhouse gases down, by throwing those two numbers in, no matter what they are going to be a lumpy number.
Yeah. So council has already submitted in favour of those two things being included in the emissions, and that was in the submission that was attached to your Mayor's report. So that was feedback to the Climate Change Commission. So the Commission was asking for feedback from the community
I'm not saying take them off. I'm just interested from the airport's perspective that it was only from when the plane arrived and got down under 1,000 feet.
That's right.
I didn't know that part.
Yeah, that's it. So it's really difficult. And so one of the things is, if they can have, they've got different flight paths and things now, which help with a range of things.
Okay, all right.
Domestic emissions are catered for currently. International, there hasn't been an international agreement yet on how to measure those emissions.
All right, have we got any more questions? Yes.
I just have a follow-up then to the Phil's question. When you said that was included in the council submission, is that the submission that you wrote?
Yeah. And so the emissions on airlines and those kind of things, back in when the Climate Change Commission set up its very first feedback, council submitted the term before, when that Climate Change Commission was first set up, we submitted to say that aviation and shipping should be included at that point. And in fact, the airport submitted the same. They think it should be included too.
Mayor Phil, can we separate out number 6 from those recommendations? Sarah, can we do that?
Yeah, happy to. It's clear that people have some concerns about that one. So would it... I say, but I was going to say, do we just change it now and just say maybe that I recommend that individual councillors sign the open letter and then people can just choose? How does that sound?
Excellent.
Yeah. So the individual councillors sign the open letter and then people can just choose afterwards. Yeah.
So you're happy to move it, obviously?
Yes.
Okay, so...
Because at the moment you're saying that council recommends individuals, so...
Could.
Okay, so it just would have to be...
Council notes the climate change recommendation that...
Or we could do...
supports individual councillors signing the letter, maybe.
The council... Oh, do I have to... Does council reports have to say that the council? And it could be that we switch that one out and say that individual councillors.
Cancel.
What if we just removed it, and then if people want to sign it, they can just sign it. Then it's.
Well, but it could note the portfolio's holders' recommendation that individual councillors. Notes the portfolio.
The council notes the recommendation from the portfolio holder that individual councillors sign.
Yeah.
Can sign.
Because then it's not council, then it's noting that you recommend it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, so that's the recommendation of portfolio holder.
Of the climate change.
Yeah. Portfolio holder.
Yeah.
That individual councillors sign. And then people can just choose.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Easy.
Does that cater for?
Maybe check the one I sent through.
That covers it.
Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense?
Just like that.
I think it should be note
You right, Aaron? You see that all right?
This is not weird.
All right. So, anyone want to do any debate? Are you happy with it? Second?
Thanks, Jake.
Jake, second it?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Sarah and Jake. Great. Okay, any debate? Plans and notes. Oh, righto. Here we go. We're Mark and Aaron.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Sarah for her work on this. It's not an easy thing having a portfolio and having to pull this together, so good on you.
A lot of work.
I'd also just like to pick up on that point I was questioning earlier around the transport plan, and I would hope that as we get to later this year and we've got the NZTA funding and project decision to make around transport, that perhaps we can find a way to dovetail this. So it'll be interesting to see whether staff can come back with advice of finding a way to dovetail that consultation processes around each to try and streamline it for ourselves and the public. But generally, thank you for your work, Sarah. Keep it up.
Cheers.
Aaron?
Yeah, just start with saying I'm glad 6 is not in there, because I strongly don't support signing that letter. I support those people having a voice and coming in here and voicing it to us and voicing it to the government. Have no problem with that whatsoever. But some of the stuff they're asking for, I feel, is quite unrealistic. I don't see cruises as being that luxury, much more luxury beyond the existence of just human beings. They all do plenty of damage to the planet. And then there's all the other shipping that comes in, bringing in like the electric vehicles and the wind farms and things like that all get brought in from overseas on ships. That all has a carbon footprint. For me, and I do like these reports coming in, because it makes me, I look, I question, and I learn from the stuff, like some of the meanings that are in there. They're not in the circles I move in, so I don't get to see them or hear them, but I got good explanations from Sarah today, because there's multiple versions of some of those things online, and luckily the ones that Sarah explained are what I thought they would be, so that is good, and so it's easier to understand that. But there's lots of stuff around this that's very, very subjective, and like when you say sustainable transport choices, when the first $800-900 million of the MRT doesn't get you any actual train or get you going anywhere, that's a phenomenal amount of money, and every dollar that is spent has to be earned by generally having a carbon footprint. So we always have to be mindful of that, and there's been growth, like when we get our cycling numbers, for instance, they include recreational, and there's been a massive uptake. And in fact, recreational cycling is the biggest growth, because like I've said the whole way along, cycling's fun and cool, but getting people to do it to go to work and school seems quite difficult when you keep telling them how dangerous it is. So I do like these coming in. It will always give us good conversation points. For me, and I'll say it again, it's all about, I'll support every single thing that reduces pollution. I'm absolutely all about reducing pollution. A lot of the other stuff sounds good, costs a lot, so I question its viability, but all of the ones that reduce pollution, I'll always 100% support, because it's hard to have a debate the other way on that.
Okay, we're fresh out of debate, so that's good. I'll put that motion. All of those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Thank you, Pauline. Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, now, what you've all been waiting for. The Mayor's report. Has anybody got any questions? I'm moving it, obviously. And Celeste is seconding it. Oh, thank you very much, Celeste. Mark, you got a question, but yeah. I'll just quickly go over it. Quickly, you'll see on there the public health representative, and because Melanie's not here, she's getting extended onto there for 3 more years, because she's done a fantastic job. See recruitment. July we're searching, screening, and going out for marketing. August we're assessing the candidates. September, council workshop for consideration of the candidates, and October, appointment made and announced. There will be future update in coming months, and uses a job description that we all approved in May. Now, going down to the next one, I was very lucky to go 2 sleeping pills on the plane to Singapore. I was there for 3 days and 2 sleeping pills on the plane on the way back. So it was a very short whistle-stop tour. But the thing that my proudest moment was, here's little Philip from North Beach sitting up the front of a room with 92 mayors from around the world in it. And it was like the United Nations. It was great, and an extremely well-run event. So that was particularly good. It spoke about the Christchurch economy and where we're heading and what we're doing and resilience. And no, it was great. It was a good economic ambition to transform to a regenerative economy. So that was very, very good. Well worth going to. They have it. Last year was in Seoul, which I went to. This year Singapore. Next year, I'm not sure where it is. There is some talk of, I do know, it's going to Austria, but that's sort of a bridge too far to go all the way over there for 3 days, I could possibly say. Okay, righto. Supporting safer streets. Jake came and saw me about threatening begging. Yeah. So I'm more than happy to support this, and if we can give anyone any strength or the police, whatever, to be able to combat that sort of thing, because people don't need. It's bad enough that there's beggars out there, and for one reason or another. But whether they're threatening or not, that's certainly not cricket. So I'm more than happy to support that. So sorry, Mark, you had a question.
Yes, thank you. My question sort of comes along that safer streets. And I did notice in the paper this morning an article around this, and it mentioned homelessness. And one of the things that I was wondering if we as a council might be able to look into is the opportunity to perhaps use some of our vacant properties around the city. I mean, I can think of a couple off the top of my head with Gilberthorpe's Road and the Opawa Children's Library that sit vacant, and could be a roof over someone's head. Could we, is there an opportunity to work with City Mission, Methodist Mission, someone as a partner to activate those spaces on a temporary basis?
It does. It's a good question. There is, I know of another building that Yanni is keen on using, but by the time because we're council, we have to do it proper. Sort of. I'm not saying we're not doing it proper. By the time you insulate it, make it warm and dry, and all that sort of thing, it's not. I shouldn't say it's not worth it. It's always worth it. But one of the things that always used to stick in my mind with when I was on OCHT, we built those 90 units in Brum Street, and we took a homeless person in there, and because there was no wraparound service around them, they just couldn't handle it, and they actually did quite a lot of damage inside it. One of the best things, I think, is what the Methodist Mission is doing. They've got the wraparound support. They've got that coffee shop and place where people can congregate and not get ripped off for a coffee or anything like that. And it's great because they can see if someone's going off the rails. If you put someone into a house that's never been in that situation, the poor buggers don't know what to do. So I agree with what you're saying, but we could end up spending more, and it's better off to do what we're doing with OCHT or Methodist Mission.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts more around the emergency space rather than the permanent. So
there has been. I talked to the minister. Who was he? Minister of Housing. There's been a vast reduction in the amount of people that are in emergency housing in Christchurch over the last year. A lot, like hundreds, which is very good to see. Very good to see. So we're on the right side of the curve. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, I was just wondering, with the Auckland and Wellington bylaws, I think it's the Wellington one looks like it's part of another like part of an overall bylaw of some thing. I'm just wondering how long that's been in place. I mean, I'm really interested to see if things have changed in Wellington since this has been in, because the advice that we've had twice previously, once in the last council, once the time before that, was that it wasn't particularly effective, was being struggled to and be enforced, and was potentially a breach of human rights. So I'm just wondering how long they've been in place, those ones, and whether they've been effective and whether we know that.
I'm not sure, but as I say, we're just seeking further staff advice, and we'll come back to you and let you know, because it's no use doing a hell of a lot of work.
Yeah, especially if you're just doing a bylaw on its own, whereas it looks like this is part of something else which includes things like don't drive on beaches and things. So which actually I agree with. Don't drive on beaches. So.
I think the Auckland bylaw is older, and they do put it. They do seldomly use it. So it's We have to look at Auckland.
Victoria.
Just following up on that, has this council considered this before?
No. We've had advice.
How long ago was that?
4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Same thing though.
No,
Hasn't
it was
the
a bylaw
council?
across the board, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. Paper. No. Yeah.
It was definitely pre our time, but I remember, but it was more about banning begging, which I would be abhorrent. I would never support that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it'd be good to have a fresh look at it. Thanks.
Celeste.
This is just a question of clarification. In regards to that specific bylaw, will we be considering other kinds of antisocial behaviour in those spaces, or will it be restricted to things like begging? Because I'm aware that some areas might have more issues with that, but others might be a mix of other types of antisocial behaviour which we aren't currently managing appropriately. Oh, I'm thinking more in some of the commercial districts around Wilston and New Brighton. There are quite a mix of things. So some areas have kind of a very specific types of issues. Others have quite a broad range, which basically been ignored. So could we make it slightly broader so that we pick up on anything that falls outside of the scope of begging specifically?
So why don't we come back? So
to reduce
the key-
antisocial behaviour and including begging and other, just a slight tweak. Would you be comfortable with that?
Staff will be coming back to us
we'll
anyway.
come back with some advice because
Okay.
we'll need to have some discussions with the police and other agencies about which aspects need a bylaw and many aspects won't need a bylaw. But it's where a bylaw would be useful if you were going to have it.
We could come up with all the ideas in the world, but if we can't be actioned, it's and we need to work in with them. So, they're right. Okay, so the second is obviously very happy because she seconded it, aren't you? Any debate? Any debate? Anyone? No. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. Thank you, Pauline. Right. We're now ripping into, we have a resolution to exclude the public as set out in pages 289 and 291. Do I have a mover and seconder? Please, Mark and Andra. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried.